All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's do this later. Okay. Let me adjust this. All right. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello on a Wednesday. I don't know why I just rolled my W, but hello on a Wednesday. We are here. We are live. And we are just talking. The king has arrived. Whoa. we don't do we don't respect monarchies over here. Uh what are we doing on a hump day? I don't know. I just felt like streaming. I just kind of felt like being online. The video lagged a bit. Oh, it's probably because it was loading some stuff. But yes, hello. It is a Wednesday and we are live. And I am honestly Asmund Queen. What? Okay. People are being immediately weird, I see today. How am I doing today? I'm good. Sort of. Like it's been a long sports related day where just crazy stuff's happening in the world of sports, both soccer and basketball. So I'm just like, ugh. But also on top of that, I feel like these last couple of days for me, at least on like Facebook, on YouTube, has been kind of weird. But that's fine because I'm always trying to experiment with new things, and some things will pop, some things won't. It is what it is. But there is something that I was noticing, and it's a lot of people in my community posts don't seem to understand when I'm kidding about things. So I got some like really real answers for some shit, and I was like, oh. Well, speaking of asthma, Nux just dropped his supposed Now Samson debunked title. Hassan's goons are trying to get Asthma going killed. Dog, at this point, y'all gonna have to pay me. Oh, you would say just another goal, baby. But at this point, you guys are gonna have to pay me to talk to listen to Nux Taku. Like outside of the upcoming Nick Andros video, I'm not gonna listen to Nux Taku. Man, that guy's a fucking dumbass. Um, but first, I wanted to talk about this real quick. El Capitan, I can El Capitan. Um, like 2 days ago, I made a community post, and I was low key joking, low key high key. You know how it goes, low key, high key joking. Um, it was this post right here, huh? Not when Nick Andrews having a video about Nux being demonetized. I already saw that one. It's a short video, and I already talked about that. But hello people on Twitch also too. Don't think I don't see you guys on Twitch also. You know we double dip. Although Twitch is kind of fucking weird. But I made this post 2 days ago, and let me just close this. Let me just close everything. Let's close everything. Anything else need up? I'm gonna be slowing anything down. No, okay. So I made this post 2 days ago, and like I said, I was kind of joking, but not joking, but kind of joking. A little bit of jokes, where I was just like, "Oh, I see how it goes. I critique Rockstar's recent GTA 6 decisions and get called names, but Nikki Jakey says exactly what I do and is praised and understanding. I'm gonna go apply it ball creative." And I thought the whole "I'm gonna go apply it ball creative" would kind of tip people off that, oh, I'm not being serious. But then I got hit with some like real ass responses, and I was like, oh, like maybe it's a clout, maybe it's melanin. Uh, Gript is heading on your channel for this is 100% due to racism. insert Family Guy skin tone. Like I got a lot of responses. They're just like, it's because you're black. And I was like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that's not like a thing sometimes, but I was kind of like just kidding. I was like, I'm not mad at Nikki Jakey or whatever. I'm actually kind of glad that bigger creators are having the same takes I am. It makes me feel low key less insane. But this did get me thinking. Like it isn't not something that a lot of my opinions get disregarded or attacked because of my appearance, right? Like I know, listen, YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, these are all basically these same kinds of people. And I've been getting attacked more frequently on my appearance in the last like 2 weeks than I have in like the literal years I've had this channel doing anything. Like anytime I make a post now, every response is inward. I'm put on some sort of list. I'm put on some sort of list, or I am attacked because of like the way my hair looks. And like none of this stuff is like necessarily new, but the frequency of it is insane now. Like I'm getting it to the point where you would think my account had like 30,000 people watching and not like 9K, almost 10K. I feel like we're gonna hit 10K in the next couple months, but I think I'm starting to get an outsized response to the shit that I do, which I mean, at one end is kind of cool, but on the other end, it's kind of weird. Maybe you got into some weird algorithms. I am always, I'm always getting hit with the weirdest shit. I'm always put on people's radars, and I'm just like, dog, I don't know how you got here. I don't know why you're here. I've gotten comments on just my community posts of people going, I have no idea who you are. I have no idea. I know how you got here. And so what happens though on Twitter at least is every time I pop off, I have to check my list. And look at this shit, you guys. What does this top one say? What does this top one say right here? I'll click on it for you so you can read it. I have to block people, otherwise they keep following me. Slavery supporters. Slavery supporters. You haven't watched my multiplayer video? By the way, y'all gotta keep watching my stuff. All right? This whole like I haven't watched your stuff. Nah. You gotta keep watching my stuff. Please. I'm trying some new stuff. Beyond reacting, so I need you guys to support that shit too. But like, I'm telling you, the type of shit I've been getting lately is insane. Like I made a post just like here. Like look at this. This guy wrote hiplet trend of men refusing to date women with no hip dip is infuriating women. If it's okay for women to have a height preference, it's okay for men to date women without hip dips. And I was just like, male loneliness epidemic continues to be self-inflicted. Right? I felt like kind of nothing. But I forgot I was black on the internet. Because after a couple of like normal ones, it gets we was lonely and shit. But you dip the hip and you dip the hip again, double dip the hip. We would rather take our chances in the forest of the bear than have to suffer a hiplet. Work on your diet. I mean, this is actually true. What do you get out of being a white knight? And then one of them was just like, someone posting my face. I'm so sorry, bro. And it's like, yeah, 2 likes. And it's like, obviously calling me the R word. But it's like, of all the people, yo, Kyrie Student, thank you. I finally caught you. Hope you're having a good day, TTBN. Thank you. Thank you. But of all the people, like, look, they tried this shit twice. Like they tried this shit twice. And I'm like, I'm sorry, dog. Of all the people to try to do the whole like, I'm just gonna respond with your photo, me? Me? Like, I'm handsome. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing. That's the thing I keep trying to tell these guys. You can't do that with me. You can't do that with me. So I'm like, what are you trying? They want me to be mid so bad. But like low key, I think that's the case. I think, and I've said this multiple times, I think one of the things that really irritates them is that I look the way that I look and they look the way that they look. That's why literally no one who does this ever pops off. Because you know the response they want. They want people to go like, oh my God, that guy's so ugly. Look at him. He looks like a monkey. Look at his hair. It's so crazy. It's so nasty. It's so this. And it's like two people like that. And it's my picture that I put up as that's my Twitter profile picture. Like I chose that picture. I didn't get hacked. No one leaked my face. Like I put my face in my thumbnails. I'm a commentary channel. My face is all the time. I did this. This wasn't, I didn't slip. I didn't accidentally, oh no, you guys, I took a picture and then uploaded it and pushed okay and edited it and put, oh no, what, like, no, dog, like, even me like right now, like my roughest, I mog them easily. These are, I've actually worked out in a couple of days, but like, we all know, and they hate that shit. But I still find it so fun. It's like that's the only way they can try to hit somebody, is you're black and you look unattractive. And I'm like, one is true, one is false. I'll let you decide, but I'll give you a hint. I am black. And it's just like then this, and now thinking of the comment I got on my community post, it's like, damn, y'all really do, not you guys, but like y'all really are exactly what I say you are. Like every time I say something like gamers are babies or people, these people are fucking losers, I am never proven wrong. In fact, I feel like I've been on a low key vindication kick for the last like 2-3 weeks now. Because what did I tell you guys? For those of you who actually watched my videos, these last couple of videos, which a lot of you did not, which rude first off, but these last like 2 weeks, have I not been vindicated? When I said November 18th, 2024, that the Trump administration would ruin games and make shit more expensive, did I not call that? When I said that Rockstar was going to create these permission structures based off their business practices, was I not right about that? Did Sony not just tell y'all, which is one reason why I want to stream today too, did Sony not just say, yeah, physicals, fuck it. No more physicals. No more of this. I called it. That's right. That's right. I have been vindicated. It's sad and hilarious how accurate I am. I know. And the thing is, too, is this wasn't me like, you know, doing some sort of like rewatching. It's just like, of course this would happen. When you create systems that are easily exploitable, you recognize who will exploit it. And then you're like, yeah, this is gonna happen. Like the whole, let's just fucking get into it, because I do have a lot to say about this. I have a lot to say about this. But there are people who are praising, or not even praising, who are trying to act indifferent to the discontinuation of physicals because they don't purchase it anymore. So we'll go to CNBC because I wanted to use The Verge, but I they wanted to always fucking make me sign in. All right, so PlayStation will end physical disc production for new games in 2028, which is 2 years from now. So basically, PS6 will be a discless console. PlayStation will soon end physical disc production for all new games released on its consoles. They announced this Wednesday morning. By the way, ironic how I posted my video about single player games, and one of the reasons why I like them is because there's this, at least the illusion of ownership, where if I can play this game this way, if I go somewhere else and play it, it's the same kind of game. Like I was talking about how basically you own your shit. And I was kind of hinting at physicals because I was like, sometimes games get delisted and there's no way to play them because of licensing or whatever. And then this shit happens. The move was a natural direction to adapt as consumers' digital game preferences significantly outpace physical discs, the company wrote in blog posts. I want to get more into that too. With PlayStation making the first move, only a matter of time for Xbox. Xbox already doing it. We're going to get to some Xbox speculation later on, but Xbox is already doing it, maybe in a better way, but they're already doing it. Starting 2028, new games released on Sony's own legacy console will be sold either through PlayStation Store or through retailers' digital formats, a move that comes as consumers deepen their pivot to digital media to access games, streams, and more. The move was a natural direction to adapt to consumers' digital preferences, significantly outpaces physical discs, the company wrote in a blog post, adding that the decision wouldn't have an impact on disc games coming out before 2028. This transition will enable, let me get my corporate voice on. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today, the post read. Xbox is also making moves on digital games front, according to The Verge. Employees at Microsoft Gaming Division are starting to test a new disc-to-digital feature that could digitize users' existing physical game collections on Xbox One, Series XS, the news outlet reported on Wednesday. As leading console makers contend with pull towards digital, skyrocketing memory prices fueled by artificial intelligence buildouts have led to price hikes on consoles. Sony raised prices on its flagship line of PS5 consoles in April, hiking its disc edition from $549 to $649. Xbox will also increase prices starting August 1st with the Series S consoles containing 512 gigabytes of storage set to go up by 100. Jesus Christ. Wait, set to go up by about 100 to about 500? Wait, what? That makes no sense. Is it going to go up 100 to make it $500, or is it going to go about 100 to about 500? Because a $500 price increase would be fucking insane. Nintendo Switch 2 will get $50 pricier. So this was a pretty short thing, but a lot's happening here. One thing I want to start with right here is it trying to align with physical discs, to align with how people are buying video games. Now, for the sake of not being a hypocrite, I play lots of games on PC. I've transitioned over to mostly playing exclusively on PC. So I don't really have physicals anymore because you can't really get physicals for PC games. That all being said, one of the distinguishing traits that separates PC from consoles is the fact that you could still have your physicals. You could still have your discs. On paper, switching to digital would be better for the consumer. When I started playing games on PC, for example, I was paying less overall for games because if a game was like $69.99 or $59.99 when I pay for it, it was $59.99. There was no extra tax. There was nothing. It was just, I got to have the game, right? But as time's gone on, we have obviously been seeing a much more draconian behavior from these companies to where they can reach into your library and pull games out and delete movies and music. Sony just did that. They deleted over 550 movies from people's accounts. Not just from the store, from people's accounts. What if Valve just deleted some games you bought on Steam? Exactly my point, though. Like, that is what that was something that playing as PC players, you kind of just was part of the risk. But that wasn't the risk for being a console player because you bought the discs. But now, people who aren't even PC players are still having the same risk as PC players without even getting the benefit of PC players. Because I can get games on sales pretty much every other week. That shit doesn't happen on consoles. They have to do it every month or two or whatever. And there are other ways you can have access to games. You can do some emulations to play some older games, right? You have a lot more freedom. You might have to do a little bit more things on the technical side, but you have a lot more freedom. But now, what we're dealing with is the illusion of ownership is gone. It is. It's fully gone. You don't own shit. You are renting a license. I know technically you always rented a license, but more so now, it is obvious that this is just a rental agreement. You've paid $60, $70, $80, $100 for a game that at any given moment, for any reason, can be taken away from you. And the one solace was, okay, they're not selling this game anymore, right? Like, what's the game? Spider-Man Web of Shadows. You can't really find that game on PC. It's a hard game to find in general. But if you had the physical copy, aka the disc, as long as you had that disc, you could probably get a console and play it. But now you can't. Because Sony said, no more. Damn, are we cooked? Is there no way out? No, we're cooked. I'm not one to try to sugarcoat shit. This is bad. We're cooked. Because now what's happening is they are not going to lower the cost of games, right? Because you would think without having to produce a physical copy, without having to produce a disc, they could release this game for like $10 cheaper. But now there's no alternative. There's no alternative to having a digital game. You either get the game digitally or you don't get the game at all. So now that we have a virtual monopoly on it, what are you going to do? Guess what? Now every game's $80. What are you going to do? I guess you could not play video games, but that's your hobby. And we've had these conversations before. Gamers have shown the industry they will pay any fucking price. They will. They're maybe not individually, right? But as a whole, we have shown that we'll bend the knee. We'll pay any price. And they know that. So there's no more pretense anymore. There's no more illusions. They know you will buy a game for any price, so as long as it's marketed well. Rockstar can be like, we're going to remake or we're going to re-release Red Dead Redemption, and you would pay $1,000 for it. Sony can be like, hey, you know what? We are actually going to do that Bloodborne remaster, and we're going to charge you $110 for it, and you'll pay for it. There's no coming back from this. If we had class consciousness and we knew that, we wouldn't be in this situation to begin with, because we'd all hold out. But as you guys have seen with just GTA alone, there are people who will actively go against class in order to benefit. They will actively tell you you're broke, you're poor, I'm going to play this game no matter what. And that's all these people need to see. That's all they need to see. It's just like what's happening now with the physical stuff, right? I've seen so many people talking about, well, who cares? Well, who cares? Who cares about physicals? I don't buy physicals. You guys are being performative. I don't buy physicals. I don't buy physicals. And I'm just like, dog, you should care, because this isn't just going to affect the people you like don't like or think are poor or whatever. It's going to affect you, because now that your games are going to cost way more, you're like, hey, wait a minute. America has demonized communism and socialism to hell. I know. That's capitalism. Capitalism does that. But people have the internet, and people need to educate themselves and listen to people who are like, don't fall for this. The gamers really have no standards when it comes to games. They don't. I'm not buying any game over $100. Old GTA 6. The rest of it be bought on sale for $100. But here's the thing, Mistra. You personally, like just like me, I'm not buying any game for $100 goddamn dollars. You're not buying a game for $100. I can say everyone in this chat is not buying the game for $100. But for every one person who's not buying, 10 people will. Like I said before, if Nintendo said the next Pokemon game is going to cost $100, people would still buy it. If Sony said we're going to release Bloodborne and it's $100, people will buy it. Because like I said in my video, everyone has their Rockstar. Everyone has their Rockstar. There's people who buy Ultimate Editions of games that are yearly releases. There's people who buy the collector's editions for games that come out every other year or every year, right? That's just how it goes. And so now if that just becomes the floor, your alternative is either, yeah, don't play it or wait until it's on sale. But depending on the game or the company, that could be literal years. Nintendo games don't go on sale often. So it's like, let's say, oh, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, that shit costs $80. I would to go on sale. 6-7 years later. Imagine Capcom said Mega Man Legends is going to be like $100. Exactly. And people would buy it. People will buy it. This is why I've been harping so long on just like things from a political side, things from a capitalistic side, because this was always going to be the outcome. Like you're now looking at companies just going, yeah, no physicals. And again, if we lived in a just society, this would mean, oh, well, the cost is going to go down. So, okay, that's the trade-off. The cost goes down. That would make it hurt just a little bit less, right? If you're like, hey, this game might be delisted like 20, 30 years from now, but at least instead of costing $60, $70, it's costing $50 now because we don't have to worry about production of physical copies and shipping and all that stuff. But there's also a secondary effect of this that I think people aren't really talking about, and that is the physical stores. That is GameStops. That is Best Buys. That's Walmart. All those sections where people go and buy video games, gone. Unless it's just Nintendo, all gone. We were saying physicals PS5 2027, I 2027 will be the last. I agree with that, but what can we do about it? It happens by my decision, so I don't think I do. No, yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying there is nothing we can realistically do because that would require class consciousness. And you just saw people literally calling people broke because they didn't want to pay $100 for a video game. Class consciousness in America, especially for gamers, we're talking about a subgroup of people who literally think politics has no bearing on the games they play. Like it's believe me, this is the fight that I'm in, trying to educate gamers into understanding how the systems have been fucking them over and how we've given them so much power that they are just now putting their dicks anywhere they want. They're letting that shit hang. They're not even giving you the courtesy of pretending. It's not even like market forces anymore. It's just because the old excuse used to be, well, you know, the games just became more expensive. You guys have been getting for a steal because it was $50 for the longest time, and then when it became $60, they're like, hey, listen, this is just to match with quality and whatever. And now they're like, you've seen people talking about how games come out more broken, busted, and that's because of capitalism, right? How they would rather push a inferior product out to meet their bonuses to make investors happy than the consumers, because they don't give a fuck about the consumers. And they've been telling you they've been giving less of a fuck about consumers like every year since. At one point, we all thought E3 was for the gamers. Then you realize it was never for you. E3 was always for the investors. They don't even pretend to put on a show for you anymore. These is for investors. Every game convention, it's for investors. It's not for you. That's also why you are getting more and more familiar games, like easy money, remasters upon remakes, remasters for games that came out 5 years ago, remakes of games that don't really need remakes. Like, that's why you're getting all this stuff. And you see gamers who are just like, yes, give me more, and then they complain about slop, and I'm like, dog, you are not understanding. You are not understanding how we got here. Hold on, the chat just blew up. Hold on 1 second. See what's going on here. Wait, gamers are calling you a bro because they wants to play $100 for games? Yeah. Check my video out about Grand Theft Auto 6 and people being weird about it. Gamers are too worried about DEI and women. Exactly. That's division of culture war. That's also what I mean when I talk about culture war. It's not just things being woke. It's everything. It's things getting more expensive, but they don't want you to focus on that. They want you to focus on people being black in games or being queer. This also helps those who have capital. These companies love the fact that instead of you talking about crunch and the working conditions of these developers and helping to improve that by spreading awareness, they want you to talk about why this character is ugly. Like, that is something that people who are in control love. They love the fact that you guys are upset that, oh my God, I can't believe they added pronouns to this game. And not that upset the fact that, hey man, this shit cost $100. Hey dog, this game that you guys have been working on for the last 10 years, you guys have budgeted so poorly that you're now putting the cost onto us. Or, man, we sure are closing a lot of studios. Oh, well, as long as I get my game, I don't care. Like, that's all part of it, too. I'm excited about Resident Evil Veronica. Yeah, I mean, when I said remakes, they didn't deserve it. I'm not talking about, like, old RE games from, like, the 90s. I'm talking, like, Horizon Zero Dawn getting a remaster. Last of Us getting a remake and a remaster. Like, shit like that. Like, games that look like... Any game that came out on the PS4 just need a remake. Just straight up. Not only do they not understand their active contributor to the problem, but that's the thing though. The reason why it's so hard to get gamers to understand these issues is because a lot of them just care about the product, right? And I can't really fault them for that because we were consumers of a product. That's how we got into this hobby. But there should come a time where you be a little more critical of the media and hobbies you are engaging in, because if you keep saying that every game is getting worse, right? Like, let's go by their logic. Every game's gotten worse. Games were better when you were a child. No one ever talks about the why of it, though. Like, yes, part of it being better when you're a child, you're a kid, you had no responsibilities. But the other part of it is the game industry was not what it is right now. The game industry was not this. It was not so overran with suits and corporatism that other ideas couldn't flourish. Like, back in the day, games didn't cost $600 million to make, so you could be more experimental with games. A lot of you guys probably play lots of PS2, Xbox era games, right? Even like the PS3, Xbox 360. That era of gaming was wild because there was still basically no limits on creativity. Like, we weren't really in the age of AAA blockbuster games. You got that every so often, but you got a lot of games which were like middle tier. You got a lot of games that'd be ranked now probably 6, 7 out of 10s. But they filled up a large percent of the libraries for both these console makers and these developers. I mean, shit. You think God Hand would come out now? You think Asura's Wrath would come out now? You think any of these companies would be developing a game like The Bouncer? No. Because now, to be a quality game, you got to spend like 50, 60 million plus. And you have to be accessible by the mainstream. You can't be a weird little niche game. Like, look at Psychonauts. Psychonauts is a beloved series. That shit doesn't sell. Not enough for it to be a big franchise. So what happens to Double Fine? Always on a chopping block, right? And appearing games about today, games are dying in mostly narrative because they're complaining with DI woke. I think we're still getting great, fantastic games. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm getting at is you're getting more and more risk adverse companies because all these games are expected to make like Call of Duty money. Even though that's not realistic, that is the expectation these companies have because that's the expectation of these investors. But like back in the day, you could make a game like God Hand, and if it didn't do that well, it's like fine, we'll make it up somewhere else. But now it's like the movie industry where it's, oh no, this shit's got to make $100 million. Like the fact that Spider-Man 2 made as much as it did and wasn't considered profitable is insane. Nowadays, if a developer wants to make a game like God Hand, it needs to be $20 million. Exactly. Exactly. Like we are at a time now where things are becoming so prohibitively expensive and from a hobby standpoint, gaming is becoming a luxury. Where now this is where I truly feel like we are now witnessing a new gaming crash, and it's simply because the people who support the hobby can no longer financially fully support it. More games need to be modded budget, like Extra 13 asked about. Yeah, but they won't. Because I know how capitalist thinks. It's just like, let's talk about housing for a second. Because I think this is really uh, uh, accurate. TTV complains about capitalism for the 394th time. Only that little? Weird. But let's talk about housing for a second. The housing market, at least in America, is awful. It's terrible, right? Our president said he wanted to drive up the cost of housing. There are so many apartments with multiple empty units, meaning they're collecting zero revenue on those units, yet they still have to maintain those units just in case someone does want to pay $6,000 a month to live there. So let's take this building. Let's say this is a decent sized apartment building. Let's say there's like 30 apartments, right? And the rent is $3,000. Let's say $3,000 to $4,000. So for 30, you're looking at, if everything's filled out, you're looking at getting anywhere from $90,000 to $120,000 a month, right? But out of that 30, only 10 of those units are filled. So you're getting 30K, so you're getting anywhere between 80 to 110,000 less than you would. But if you were to lower the rent to a much more affordable rate, yes, you wouldn't be making, let's say, 100,000 a month, but you wouldn't be only stuck at 30,000. Because if 30 people live there and you could say rent's 2,000, that's $60,000 a month. But they would rather go for the 110 for like 5 people can afford it than go for a price that everyone can afford. That's what's happening in gaming right now. It's just real estate. They would rather make it cost more, and because they could eat the cost of some of these things, right? But they'd rather make it cost more so less people can play it, but less people are spending more than lower the cost. And we have been getting towards that for years. And now people are really feeling that, where it's like, yeah, dog, you want to buy a new console? Good luck. You want to get a PS5? You want to get like your kid something? Not anymore. Now with these prices, now with these price increases. Look at this. This is from Reddit. But look at this. You want to get Nintendo Switch too? But they get it by September. Otherwise, it's going to be $500. We're at PS5 with the disc. Well, do you even want a disc anymore? Because after this iteration, there's no more. Better pony up $700. Better pony up over $900. You want the Xbox Series X? That's going to cost you about $800. You want a Steam Deck for 1 terabyte? Oh, easily $1,000. And it used to be $600, $300 cheaper. $300 cheaper. And that's just for the consoles. Are you a PC player and you wanna get a graphics card? You want to get you you want to pay new games? You want to get an RTX 4060? You want to get the card that I have? If you're lucky, you can get it for refurbished or $800. You better hope these pre-owned stay in stock. 4060 for $600. And actually, I think the 30 series is actually expensive too now. Yeah, it should not be costing $330. It should not be costing $400. Oh, it's on sale. It was originally $800. Oh wow. I even want to get like a 50, the 5 series. It's insane to me. It's insane to me, by the way, that an RTX 5070 was only like $100 more expensive than like a 4060. Like that's crazy. Also, don't go to these sites that say they can sell a shit for $57. That's not. There's no way it's gonna be possible. It's just everything's getting rich now. Everything's costing more money. Everything's costing more money. TTP, I heard about social democracy. If you know about that, social dems. Yeah, I know about that. But like everything's insane. Midnight Katana. I'm not American. Why did people in the USA vote for him? Do you want like the real answer? You want the real answer? Why they voted for Trump? It's because people. It's because there is an extremely racist base in this country that was being pandered to since the days of the Tea Party, but QAnon. And so Trump was able to tap into that and animate those people. And so they voted for him. And the Democrats consistently run weaker opponents. Democrats run people who don't want to win. The people who don't adapt. So you have one party that was actually, and I'll give them credit, only on this, Republicans were way more tapped into the base than Democrats have ever been. The Republican apparatus allows for people like Nick Shirley to reach new heights. You have people like the Nelk boys, people like Aiden Ross, even like XQC, who's not even American. You had the system in place where if you are an online figure and you're provocative and you start espousing right-wing talking points, there is no bullshit, a direct path for you to be able to meet the president. Just look at the previous administrations, right? And then look what we have now. You have people like Joe Rogan. You have comedians who have access to the president. You have Dana White in the White House. Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, obviously Elon Musk, right? Everyone who's an outcast because they have horrific beliefs are being rewarded by Trump's presidency. People do not want to get better. So when you reward someone who's being awful, they're more likely to support you. It's just like how, like look in the gaming space. Look at someone like Asmongold or Tactone or any of these grifters. they unfortunately have audiences because they speak to the worst people. They speak to at your lowest, and it's easy to stay low. It's hard to push yourself. It's hard to try to better yourself. It's easier when someone just says, "No, you can be a piece of shit," because guess what? The people who you're mean to deserve it. Oh, I don't have to change? Oh shit, I love you actually. I think you're sick and great. Awesome. That's how it is. They're not thinking with this. That's how he won. If you get people to turn this off, you've won. If you just go strictly pathos with no sort of logos, you won. That's why if you look at all of these conservatives, these right wingers, all their shit is just anger. Like Citizen Vigilante, right? That's the new movie from Uwe Boll. And the fact that people are trying to convince us that Uwe Boll is some sort of magnificent auteur when he is literally the second worst director in the 21st century, it's all because he created a he created a film that fulfills their right wing fantasies of murdering immigrants, especially Muslim immigrants. So now they're all about him. But you never heard Elon Musk or fucking Randy Quaid or any of these people talk about Uwe Boll ever. He makes a film that aligns with them politically, and now suddenly they love politics in their films. This is a wake up call for Hollywood. It's something that people are waiting for. It speaks to the average American, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Even though it's ass, like literally, a Daily Wire film is better than this. Run, Fight, Hide is better than this. Uwe Boll mostly has made terrible game related films. Yes, that's kind of his bread and butter. But he's recently branched out. And like sometimes he makes like a film that's just like dumb and stupid but not harmful. But a lot of the times his films are awful, like offensively so. And so that's why we're here. Like like he makes Ed Wood look like Christopher Nolan. God of War live action. Is there a new movement on that? Last time I saw it, they had like really bad stills of it. Yeah, there's no real movement on it. So yeah, that's kind of why where we're at. That's a lot of this is truly the fault of gamers. Truly the fault of gamers. Not that commentary trying to change the conversation. No, it's fine. It's fine. You guys know I go back and forth. Were those stills made with AI? No, those were legitimately like set leaks, I believe. Oh man, it's so weird though, like how everything is lately. Like it feels awful to be a video game fan right now. To be completely honest, like every time there's something good happening, I just know the other shoe's gonna drop, and then you're like, "Yep." Oh, like Xbox, for example. Xbox about to be a bloodbath. They're about to destroy like 5 studios. They're not even. We haven't even gotten Blade yet, and I don't know if Blade is just cursed. I don't know if we're just not allowed to have nice things anymore. But you guys were aware what's happening with Xbox, right? Like basically they're destroying all these studios. And one of the things on the chopping block is Arcane Leon, who are the people who are literally making the Blade game, like I knew shit was gonna be tight when we got all those showcases and nothing from Blade. Nothing from Blade. That shit hurt. That shit hurt so bad. Like, how is it? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm stupid. How is it this hard to get a property where the core conceit is cool guy hunts vampires with the sword? Like, he's a monster hunter. Does he need to be? Does he need to be done by Capcom? Is that what we need? Do we need Capcom to be like, listen, forget Devil May Cry, reskin it, make him black? Do we got a DEI Devil May Cry just so we can get Blade? Yeah, I'm going at this rate. I'm gonna have to buy Marvel Telecom just to be able to play as Blade. That and Marvel Rivals, because that shit's just not. Like, look at this shit, man. This is making me sad. Microsoft reportedly considering canceling Marvel's Blade and shutting Arcane down. If Arcane shuts down, man, I'm gonna be so sad. I said that in my Discord. That's right. Sometimes I be in the Discord, seeing people are writing. But I mentioned that in Discord. It's like, if this happens this week, I can't handle it. I won't be able to handle it. Microsoft is reportedly canceling Marvel's Blade and shutting its developer Arcane down. Verge said Arcane is one of the 5 studios the Xbox owners considering closing after Blade's planned 2026 release window was delayed. And it went for budget. Oh, fuck. The team behind Deathloop announced 2023 at the wheelchair was since. Arcane may be sold rather than closed, The Verge added, which is in line with what we've heard Compulsion Games, Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and more recently Undead Labs are going through. Yes, there are a ton of game companies basically going up for auction. Like, the Xbox showcase was essentially them trying to tell like other companies and investors, hey, look at this really awesome game. We will give you this studio. We will sell you this studio, okay? Or we're gonna close it. Because State of Decay is also facing dire straits. Yeah, here we go. Blade isn't the only game under threat of cancellation. There's a fresh concern of State of Decay 3 and developers Undead Labs after reports overnight suggested both are under threat of closure as part of impending layoff. Psychonaut developers Double Fine, South of Midnight developer Compulsion, and Hellblade developer Ninja Theory are also said to be in talks with Microsoft or potentially buying themselves out. Hundreds of jobs are risky delay, not just at these studios, but across Microsoft's game business, which includes Bethesda, Activision Blizzard Studios, and publishing operations. This is such a fucking clusterfuck. Y'all know me. I don't give a shit if the company's like beloved or hated, whatever. I'm gonna say what I feel. This is absolutely Microsoft's fault. Like 1,000% their fault. This is why I get so mad when people go like, "Oh, well, your company's woke, your game's woke, so I hope it sells so you guys can go back to McDonald's and shit." This has nothing to do with the developers. This has nothing to do with the developers. When you have poorly managed studios, it doesn't matter. Because you can make a banger like Hi-Fi Rush and still get fucking shuttered. They got bought up by Tencent, which I thought was a good thing, but now I'm like, oh shit, they're probably gonna be canceled again. Unless you are Microsoft Game Studios, Bethesda, or Activision, you're not safe. I know they mentioned them here, but that's just not going to shut down. They're not going to shut down Blizzard Activision. They're not going to shut down their literal own studios. But everyone else, you're cooked. Oh, Krafton bought Tango? It was Krafton? That still worries me. But you're cooked. You are cooked. There's no safe company. That's why I was so like That's why I was going so hard about the Valve and Rockstar shit, because everyone thinks there's like these companies are like, oh, these are safe and good ones. No, they're all bad because they are all beholden to higher ups. Rockstar is treating their employees like such shit that the employees are trying to unionize before the release of GTA 6. Like they are trying to unionize. Union urges GTA 6 maker Rockstar to address working conditions. A union has called GTA 6 maker Rockstars to address issues around working conditions for developers. Da, 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 da. The IWGB Video Game Workers Union called for official recognition from Rockstar, saying it wanted to address pay transparency, flexible working arrangements, and overtime expectations. Some of its members have brought legal action against the company, claiming they were illegally sacked last October, which I think I've talked about before, for union activity. Rockstar has strenuously denied this and accused them of committing gross misconduct. The IGWB says members at Edinburgh based Rockstar, which also has UK studios in Dundee, Lincoln, Leeds, and London, began organizing in 2019 and claimed that there have been improvements in working conditions since then. It is said there have been unprecedented average pay rises and financial incentives offered for crunch, a video game industry term for excessive, sometimes unpaid, overtime lead up to a game's release. The union said official recognition would allow it to open formal channels to discuss issues such as crunch, pay transparency, and flexible working with Rockstar's management. But of course, they're not going to. This is what's happening at Rockstar, the GTA company. Rockstar is owned by Take Two. There's shit that's also happening at Take Two. Is Blade video game still happening? We don't know. We don't know. Like we don't know. Because Arcane Leon might be sold. They might be able to buy themselves out, or they're gonna get shuttered. Through no fault of their own. Through no fault of their own. Talk about socialist solutions. If we wanted socialist solutions for the gaming industry, we need to have socialism overall. We would need to have, first and foremost, a system in place like universal basic income, or at the very least, universal basic health care, so that people's jobs and livelihood weren't tied to their health. If people were able to know no matter what happened, they would at least have a place to put their head at night and eat, then these stressors would go away. It wouldn't be as bad. But we don't have that. But unions are a great system, actually. That's why Rockstar does not want to recognize it. That's why so many companies are anti-union. Our current government is anti-union. We do union busting all the time because unions, when they work, are a very powerful tool for both consumers and workers. So you want my take in the gaming world? Everyone should unionize. Everyone should unionize. You are the workers. We are the proletariat. We have more power than these capitalists do. That's how it's always worked. They produce nothing without our labor. Our labor should be protected. We should be protecting each other from exploitation. If we're all protected, then no one can be exploited. If no one can be exploited, then they have to listen to us. But the second people are allowed to be exploited, and they utilize things like class division, like the bullshit they're doing with the culture war, then this is where you end up. Like Tencent, same shit, right? Like it's all of these companies are bad. All Hassan could be leading it though. What are you talking about? You do understand that Hassan Piker is not the only person who's had these ideas, right? Working class people need to be on the same page. Yes, in all industries, in video games, in healthcare, construction workers, all of it. We all need to be on the same page. And until we get that, you're going to have shit like this. You're going to have it where we're constantly at the mercy of capital, where you thought your hobbies were safe, and now you're realizing just how much money's in your hobby and just much of your hobby you don't actually control. That's why when I see shit from these loser gamers who are like, oh, this game failed because it's woke, I'm like, you guys don't even understand what's happening. You don't understand why these games are not succeeding. You don't even understand why you even like these games. Because they will sit here and tell you they had no problem with minorities in video games, but then if you show a minority in the game now, they will scream DEI. They will tell you it's not that deep. The same people who are like, what? We've never had a problem. We've never had a problem with video games. We ladies in video games are gamers in video games, or gamers or gay people in video games. We never care, but now it's an issue because you guys are forcing it. How can it be forced if it's always been there, right? Like, you can't say you didn't have a problem with it, but now you do because it's being forced when it was always there. Birthright citizenship? What are we talking about, chat? What are we talking about? Yeah, woke DEI. Based. Everything's based. The Wonder Woman game being canceled to me was such a fucking blow. It was such a fucking blow. But let me not talk about that right now. Let me talk about something I think is funny right now. I don't think I've ever talked about him on this channel, but you guys are familiar with Ethan Klein, right? I'm gonna say yeah. You guys are familiar with Ethan Klein. He's been suing a lot of people, and some people couldn't afford to fight back against him. But those that could have been seeing a bit of success, especially recently. Denims, because it's official that Denims won her lawsuit. The reason why I'm talking about him, Jalen, is because he was trying to make it so the shit that we all do, our React content, would basically no longer exist in this way. Like, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to make it so that people who do reacts can't do that shit no more. That leaves you open to a lawsuit via copyright, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm not even doing this to talk about like the iDubbbz bullshit or whatever. I don't care about that. But what I'm talking about though is Ethan Klein is a man with, unfortunately, extreme power. And he knows that. And so what does he do? He uses his power, in this case, capital, to punish people he disagrees with. And the sweet, sweet irony about this is that the reason why he lost was because of a precedent he had set. Ethan Klein, years ago, I only knew about Ethan Klein actually because of this, where he was reacting to someone's shit and they sued him, and then he proved that it was like transformative. So they won. Ethan won his lawsuit, and now that very same precedent was used against us. What Denim used. She's like, "Hey, this is." Her lawyer's like, "Dog, this is your own. This is your precedent." Is she with the Calvin Klein? Oh God, that'd be hilarious if he was. If you guys are not joking, Ethan Klein is a OG YouTuber, uh, comedian who just does a podcast where he essentially just rambles about Hassan Piker for like 6 hours a day, and also how Israel is awesome and cool, and he loves being a Zionist. But Ethan Klein used to, let me Google him up real quick, because Ethan Klein now is like a right winger's wet dream because he's anti Hassan. So then a lot of people who were anti Hassan started trying to go to bat for Ethan Klein. Also, hi TTV. Hello, William. And so, like, Roach King jump scare, okay? Roach King jump scare happening right here. But this is what I was talking about. People who were never talking about Ethan prior, now that he's on firmly on team fuck Hassan, now you have these roaches talking about it. And so that's what I kind of want to talk about just for a little bit, is the fact, much like how we were talking about earlier, where Uwe Boll is suddenly their director. People like Ethan are suddenly now on their radar. They're now their boys because they hate the same enemy. But this is, I haven't watched this yet, but I'm pretty confident there's about to be some crazy cope.
Oh, Ethan is filing an appeal. So we lost the Denims case, but we are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately upon release, so long as you pause occasionally. You can even explicitly...
Why are people obsessive with Hassan Piker? Dog, I don't know. Maybe it is psychosexual. All these guys are obsessed with him. Him, Tectone, Legal Mindset, More Pegasus, WestJet. Like, it goes on and on. Nux Taku. It goes on and on and on. Basically, every person you guys have ever seen me cover on this channel, like on the conservative gifter sphere, no lie, has multiple videos about Hassan. Every single one of them. For comparison, you know how many videos I have? You guys want to see how many videos I have on Hassan? You ready? You want to see how many videos I have on Hassan Piker? As someone who's also a leftist and who believes in socialism on that, I have 2 videos. One in February 7th, 2023, and then one February 25th, 2024. This one is Hassan derangement syndrome, but this is about Tectone. I have basically 2 videos. 2 videos totaling 18 minutes. You go to any of their pages, and it's like hours upon hours of content on him.
State your intention is to steal money and traffic from the original source.
By the way, the reason why you can say this and still do this is because I could say, I'm going to, don't watch Asmongold's video, watch my reaction to this video. Don't give this guy any views, anyone. Don't let this man get any more views. I cannot force you to watch only my videos. There's no mechanism in which I can guarantee that. Just like they couldn't tell if they were going to lose views because of my video. The consumer gets to pick. If I say, don't go to McDonald's, come on down to TTBN's Burger Hut, McDonald's can't be like, hey, we lost money because of you. How do you prove that? How do you prove that every person who watched my video specifically was going to watch your video and then decided to solely watch my video? You can't. That's why it's a bad defense.
This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods. I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal. Patriot! Oh man, I love to see it. That's right. That's right, thank God.
Notice how he loves to see lawsuits of a man suing a woman, but when it's a woman in a civil suit against a man, he's not a big fan of it. Notice how when it comes to like Remember how he couldn't say shit about lawsuits anymore because he's being sued by Miskiv? And he's like, oh, I can't talk about Tecton's lawsuit coming sued by Miskiv. But now he's still being sued, by the way, but now he's all about Ethan Klein's lawsuit because it's against Denims. Because Denims is within Hassan's orbit. Like, this is to always do with Hassan. It's always Hassan's people no matter what.
Yep, there it is. Sounds like a fat. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Ethan. I'm totally on board with him because, yeah, it's just ridiculous. How the fuck can you go and do that? How can you go and do that and somehow there isn't something clearly wrong?
So he also has no idea what's happening, by the way. Like, this is someone who has literally no idea what's going on with this case at all. Like, he doesn't know. He knows not. Like, he's going solely off of just reading this caption from Ethan. Listen to him.
God.
He's like, oh, he's the patriot. Thank God. Thank God. Patriot for what? For suing someone? Thank God about what? Like, dumbass. This is what I was saying. If Ethan Klein were to win this, then Asmongold, all of your content is free game. If Ethan Klein were to have won this case, then all of Asmongold's content, all of Tectone's content, every one of these people's content, ironically, also including Ethan Klein, would be for grabs. There would just be a suing frenzy. Because that would set the precedent. Hey, I don't like how you reacted to my video. I'm going to sue you. Like...
Yep, there it is. Sounds like a fat. Yeah, I mean, I totally. How can you go and do that? How can you go and do that and somehow there isn't something clearly wrong? I mean, yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well, I don't know really what that is. I have no idea at all. So yeah, and yeah, shit, judges happen. Yeah.
I like how extra Emily's right here. He's saying nothing.
Yeah, Denims got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case. Or maybe their viewpoint just simply is not the same viewpoint that other people have. I'm not sure, but I agree with and I...
Does he just refresh his own Reddit page? Is that literally the only way he gets information?
Support Ethan, and I hope that Ethan is able to get justice. I think that's what happens. That's what should happen, at least, right?
Get justice on what? Like, this is... I like everyone's using super hot photos of Denims and just regular photos of Ethan. But yes, Denims won her case. And it's just, I'm like, it's so, like, again, these people, the only good YouTuber is PewDiePie. Let's not. Let's not. What was the lawsuit about? Here, the court deems defendant use is transformative. Throughout the live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to criticisms of the nuke. Defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or a middle school project. During the subject live stream, defendant complains about the documentary's editing and that the video treats the audience as morons and is attempting to trick them. The complaint further states that she frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by nuke itself. Notably, the fair use inquiry does not ask whether the criticism or parody of the copyrighted work is just or accurate or mean-spirited, but simply whether the use is of the kind that the copyright is designed to protect. Finding fair use where a copyrighted image of a model was posted on a website with comments underneath including, every time I saw her, I thought she was super ugly and awkward. Because 3 or 4 fair use factors strongly favor defendant, including the most important factor, purpose and character of use, the court concludes that the fair use difference applies as the matter of law, thus defendant's motion for judgment on pleadings is granted. Conclusion, for foregoing reasons, the court grants defendant motion for judgment on pleadings. The court is defendant to prepare and submit proposed judgment in this matter within 7 days of this order. So basically, what the whole case was about was Ethan really wanted Hassan to watch his content nuke. His content nuke being, look at all this information I have about Hassan Piker. He's so bad and awful and loves terrorists and whatever, right? That was supposed to be the nuke to nuke his career. Hassan didn't watch it. Not until literal months later. And only because Ethan kept whining and then they would debate about it. But, well, he watched it for charity. But other content creators did watch it. One of them being Frogan, the other one being Denims and iDubbbz. So what Ethan did, well, also Asmongold too, but what Ethan did was say this was a trap because he was then going to try to sue all of them for copyright because they were just watching his content on their stream and making money from it. But he didn't go after any of the men. He didn't go after iDubbbz at the time. He didn't go after Asmongold. He didn't go after any male content creators besides, I believe, Sean the Black, but only because Sean the Black was related to Hassan. Anyone who was on Hassan's orbit is who he targeted. It was a very blatant, just anyone next to Hassan, he's going to try to sue them. So this is what brings up to Denims. Now, Frogan and Casey Tron, sorry. Frogan and Casey Tron do not have the financials to do this. So Casey Tron was basically given a hostage situation where she had to read out how Hassan Piker didn't help her out and how he sucks, basically. And that was the only way Ethan's going to drop her lawsuit because Casey supports her whole family. So she doesn't have the money to spend to buy a lawyer and all this stuff. Ethan has millions of dollars and he knows that. So he basically humiliated her, which got him in real good with all the incels, like Asmongold, like Destiny. And when I say incels, I mean like in behavior and attitude. But all those guys, right? That's what kind of put him in their good graces. And that's why they started supporting Ethan. But then we tried it with Denims. Denims says, no, I'm going to actually fight this. And so through crowd support, like fundraising and GoFundMes, she had enough money to actually fight this. And this was the result. But yeah, Ethan Klein is just a bully who uses his money to go after people. That's it. That's the long and short of it. And the reason why he won't go after Hassan directly is because Hassan could fight this in court. He could fight this in court. He just wanted Hassan to desperately watch it. Like this, all of these guys so desperately just want Hassan's attention. That's it. And they would go through any avenue. They would go through any avenue. Like, legitimately. And I feel like I've never actually talked about this, like, in any sort of depth. But, because this is also touching the gaming side of things, too. These people are so obsessed with one man that they will do anything to take this person down. Like literally anything. They will do fucking anything. And it's to the point where I'm just like, dog needs to like get protection. Like, look at this shit. Kick streamer Destiny is now instructing his audience to harass any journalist or content creator who collaborates with Hassan and claims someone is going to die very soon. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. There's literally nowhere else to go to at this point. Someone's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. Just as a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. Like, just straight up obsessed with him. Point me to the next journalist that gives him a softball interview, and I will dedicate my entire fan base and weeks of my time to emailing, tweeting, spamming this person off the internet. Actually, I'm sick and tired of people like Hassan getting a free pass by Twitch and DJ Clancy to openly dox and infinitely harass every single person online that they deem to be unworthy or inferior to them. This is the most projection I have seen, and I was watching a movie in IMAX. Every single person who continues to platform this creepy fuck with zero pushback is responsible for him and the disgusting cultist fan base of freaks and abusers that he openly supports and gives credits to. Once again, he says all of this when he's telling his group he's going to do mass harassment campaigns. Destiny is also in trouble legally because he took someone's nude photos and videos and then sent them to a child. But he has the audacity to call other people freaks and abusers and have a cultish fan base and call them disgusting. Also, fuck every single streamer who collaborates with this abusive piece of shit who is too fucking scared or too obsessed with their own clout to ever call him out for it. Besides XQC and Asmongold, I'm not sure I've seen a single other creator in this space who's had the actual integrity to say literally anything about him. Ah, yes. Asmongold and XQC. Paragons of integrity. He's definitely not called Asmonfold. And XQC literally got on stream with Aiden Ross just to see Trump, just to get a clout bump. XQC is a degenerate gambler who will do anything for clout. This guy's a borderline Nazi. It's just infinite capitulation from people like Pokemon. Oops, that was our employee who wrote that whole statement and counts the episode, LOL. Ludwig, which is coworkers guys, and Philly D. Ludwig literally threw Hassan under the bus during the whole Kaya thing. And I love how they mention Pokemon here. Like, she has anything to do with this. Like, he's just, like, Destiny's just mad that he's not able to stream on Twitch. Like, that's it. But again, all of this animus is directed towards one person because he believes that will fix his shitty life. And it's like, dog, your son's a groper because you were a neglectful father. Why are you so obsessed with Hassan? You're more obsessed with this man than your own son. If Destiny cared as much about his own son as he did Hassan, his son might have turned out a lot better. But you see this level of just straight up delusion they have with Hassan. This is what happens on this side. They are obsessed with the people on the left to an insane degree. I saw people talking about Zoe Quinn today in relation to State of Decay possibly getting canceled. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, look at this. State of Decay 3 is reportedly at risk of getting canceled. Want to know who's been working on the game? That's right, Zoe Quinn herself. One of the biggest culprits of starting poisoning video games with feminist shit, in my opinion. Another win for the chuds. Like, what? What? By the way, shot, chaser. Great. Let the game fail or be canceled. We don't want it. State of Decay 2 wasn't even a good game like that talking. I never played State of Decay games, so I truly don't care much about the franchise. But we're the fake gamers. We're the ones who don't care about gaming. Like I mentioned earlier, these people don't do any research. They don't do anything. They just say shit to be angry. All pathos. All pathos. No logos. Pure emotion. Pure emotional responses. Like Zoe Quinn working on this, and now you're like, oh, I'm glad that the State of Decay 3 is reporting risk getting canceled. Is that risk getting canceled because the studio's at risk of closure? And you never even played the game. So you don't know how good these games were. She could have been there from the whole time. You don't know. But again, it's just it's this nonstop anger all the time for everything, always. They focus on people and they blame those people for literally everything. Literally everything. Oh, Hassan Piker. Well, that's the reason why I'm not allowed to stream on Twitch. No, Destiny, you're not allowed to stream on Twitch because you are a disgusting pervert. Oh, yeah, Tecto, yeah. Yeah, Hassan and his lackeys try to get my channel banned. No, dog. You violated the terms of service. Anita Sarkeesian isn't the reason why you don't like video games anymore. But they have to find these people. And then they make these people the center of all of their anger. That is where all their just rage goes towards. No matter how little sense that makes. They're the reason why everything's bad. It's not because of, capitalism why your game's awards. It's because woke people are in it. It's not because of, you know, any sort of market conditions. No, it's because there's a black guy there. There's a person with colorful hair. Women are working on video games. Oh, that no wonder why video games suck now. That's all they do. They just take everything and go, it's this group's fault. It's this person's fault. Like, it's insane. And it's so blatant with Hasan. He's on their minds 24/7. I mean, Jesus Christ, literally have Destiny saying, I'm going to start a mass harassment campaign. And then be like, the only people who have integrity are Asmongold and XQC. Because they call it the guy I don't like. Like, it's insane, dude. Everyone's just losing their goddamn mind. What did Sweet Baby Inc. do again? Nothing. Nothing. They did nothing. It's a consulting company. They just need something to be mad about. They're mad about everything all the time. They're mad about everything all the time, no matter what. That's it. That's it. If it's politics, be mad at Hasan Piker. Even Fox News is. If it's video games, just be mad at the nebulous woke. Just be mad all the time. Always the time. All the time. All the time. All the time. Meanwhile, you have Twitch teamers like Extra Emily who's doing reckless shit. And do you see people like Asmon and XQC calling her out for doing stupid shit? Do you see people with integrity calling her out? Like, it's ugh. Like, I don't see these people being all like, this is bad, this is obvious, this and that. What did Emily do? What did Emily do? She was streaming while driving, and she almost hit somebody. Here. Look at this.
Lucky bitches.
She almost hit this truck. Sorry, almost hit this car. Because she needs to desperately stream while she's driving. No one is that entertaining where they must let their chat see them driving. And there's no. Get where you need to get.
Sorry.
Have someone else be there.
My bad. That was my bad. I gotta check my my oopsies.
Your blind spot.
It's fine. We are making it. Good thing.
And now, if this was like, oh, a one-off time, okay. But this is not a one-off. Notice how this says June 28th. And notice how this says... Notice how this says April 12th of 2025.
Okay, keep going. Okay, I'm stopping. Okay, we're good.
Didn't she run a red light? I think she did.
Problem.
I don't know if it's this one.
That happens all the time. In Austin, you know, like the stoplights here are really.
Wait, I think this is the clip where she ran a red light.
I better see all the pink. Yes. What's this?
Yeah, she ran a red light. Just showing your crimes, which is stupid. But like this kind of behavior, do you see Destiny going like, this is reckless? No, he doesn't give a shit. And she knows she only got banned for 24 hours. She got banned for 24 hours. She was suspended after a viral clip showed her nearly hitting an oncoming car while staring at her phone midstream. Then she got unbanned 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 13 seconds later. And this isn't even the first time she was banned. I am reformed. Accidentally spoke on her texting and driving incident led her to a Twitch ban. This is the third incident she has had in the span of 3 years related specifically to driving like an idiot. Like, I don't understand. So is Destiny a full conservative now? Destiny's a contrarian. Destiny has always been a contrarian because his entire output relies on him being in shit. So he needs someone to always argue against. So he's whatever he needs to be. He's anti like slavery but then pro genocide. He doesn't like conservative and he hangs around Sneeko and Nick Fuentes. Like TTB and Nina in the game. Nina Lynn's worst people we're talking about. I know. I'm gonna get to Nina Lynn. But what I'm saying though here is this is the kind of shit. That is the kind of shit that Twitch should be banning. That is the kind of stuff that platform should be focusing on. But what do you see these people wanting to get banned? Politics. They want to see Hassan deplatform. They want to see Denims gone. They want to see Frogan gone. They want to see Muslims gone. They want to see titty streamers gone. But where is the outcry when people are literally committing crimes and driving and being reckless? Where's that? I don't see Fox News talking about this. I don't see other outlets talking about that. But oh my God, you guys, a bunch of Arabs made a list of hummus. That's 30 days. Oh, but Emily doing something that could have gotten people killed? 23 hours. And also, I know who Nina Lynn is. But like, she's just... she's not interesting. She's an Asian woman who says the N-word. Like, that's not that's not interesting to me. Like, it's this non-black minority saying the N-word is not gonna catch my attention, dog. I know. It's not. But what she does, yeah, she just says like the N-word and shit. Like, she's a dumbass, but like she just... Yeah, she has gotten in trouble for saying slurs. But like, that's not really... We really made racism same old. I mean, yeah. Like, I show you guys how often I get put on lists, how often they call me the hard R or a monkey or some sort of slur. I see shit about black people online so much that I'm like, dog, you're gonna have to really like say something wild for me to be like, oh my God, I can't believe. Like, she's been getting in trouble all the time. I mean, look at, there's a post. Look, this is from fucking, and this is the last I'll talk about her. This is from 2021. TikTok star Nina McLynn called out for using the N-word in video. This is from 5 years ago. As an Asian American, I should not be saying the fucking word, she said. I shouldn't be associated with the fucking word. And 39 weeks ago, that's not the same person I am today. 39 weeks ago is crazy. You are the same person. I will further educate myself on that and learn the true meaning behind that word. Learn the true meaning. Learn the true meaning. Nina Lynn age. So she's 25 years old. So she's 25. No, she's born June 3rd, 2001. So she just turned 25 this year. This happened 2021. Let's do some math, class. That was 5 years ago, right? So she was 20. You're 20 and you didn't know the history of the N-word? 39 weeks prior? So you were still, what, 19? You didn't know? You didn't know? That's also an excuse that's never held water for me, by the way. If you're over the age of like 10 and you're saying the N-word in this country, in America, you know full well. Because there's no other way that language makes it into your lexicon. There's no other way. Because guess what? I hear other people of different races and cultures calling each other names all the time, but I've never once was like, wait, I call people my compa, which isn't a bad word. It's like my friend. But like, I'd only know that through the context of that, right? You don't hear people trying to fight and say, why can't I say this word? It's always the N-word. They know what it means. You went to school, you know about slavery, you know what that means. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. You just don't care. And I'm like, dog, if my whole thing is I don't like racism, but if you're gonna be racist, then be racist. Like, don't fucking try to be something like, oh, I wasn't the same person I was 13 weeks ago. I was uneducated. No, you knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. Or do you often just say words you don't know with such gusto? Like, goddamn, dog. Like, speaking of TV, I remember seeing a video of an Asian woman calling a black dude the word on some video call site, and he was still into her. Yeah, some people can't be saved. Some people, there's a reason why Harriet Tubman didn't take everyone, all right? Some people just can't be saved. This is it. But I also find it funny, extremely funny, mind you, how people try to use racism as a come up. And I'm just like, you're just telling people that you have no talent and no marketable skills. Because why am I seeing, what's his name, Toby Turner? I think we showed this on stream a couple streams ago about his music video about keeping immigrants out of the country or whatever. And guess who's all big fans of that? These racist VTubers. Powder. In fact, I hate that nose person. Was reacting to it, and they're just like, oh, wow, this is awesome. This is great. And it's just like, this is, by the way, I will never not be fascinated by the pipeline to becoming a grifter or right winger. Like, it's so fucking funny to me how it's just like you at one point had something approaching talent, and then you're just like, ah. Like, look at this. Toby Turner, right? I like immigrants, but we kick out all the violent ones and no one else comes at all. VTuber responding to him. We reacted to Toby Turner's new song Invader Scum live on Steam, and made a video about it. Check it out here, Invader Scum by Toby Turner. The Golden Age Podcast. Maybe these guys aren't terrible. I don't know who these people are. Let's see. Let's see if they're terrible. Culture War Crusaders. Ah, I've seen enough. Never mind. You're terrible. And it's like, they don't understand things I say on Twitter. Audience are base chuds. Nigga deported. Get the fuck out. Do you guys need me to explain? This scene's about a family who covered up their son's violent gang of a 14-year-old girl, and all of them dodged charges, and so vigilante executes the entire family. A little dark, but there is the context. That's not even the context. Because here we go. Roses are red, are gay, poetry's hard, tweaked is all that. This was someone's streamer. This was someone's streamer. You know what I mean? Nice anime elf chick jamming out to Invader Scum out powdery. Getting recognized by OG Happy Wheels YouTuber who made great and funny animation is a massive deal. This right here is quite possibly the most washed anyone has ever been described. Getting recognized by OG best Happy Wheels YouTuber who made, as in the past, not currently, great and funny animation is a massive deal. I'm glad he's a true patriot. This is such an easy grift.
She said she loves her country but hates our history. I said Somalia still has slavery. Go fuck yourself, invader scum.
Like, so, like, oh my god, dog. Like, how are you this washed? How are you this washed? Like, how is that physically possible? And again, they all become, it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. They all become super religious, super conservative. That's it. It's easy. It's what fucking Russell Brand did. Famously was atheist, got caught being a disgusting, gross rapist, and now suddenly he's found God and he's a conservative. All these people do the same shit. All these people do the same shit. It's I love my country, I love God. Hi, I'm Nux Taku. I'm gonna have the American flag as my background from here on out. Because I love America and this country. And there's just so much I love. And it's like, god damn, dude. Like it's all of them though. Like it's all of them. They're always trying to be up God and country. And I'm like, you people are so boring. You're so boring. You're not interesting. But it's also such an easy grift. It's such an easy grift, you guys. It's so easy. It's so easy. Again, you're seeing it with Toby. You're seeing it with UA Bull. Grifting to the right is so goddamn easy. Like, I wish I had less morals. God, I'd be making so much money. I'd be making so much goddamn money. They're so easy to make money off of. Do an AI thumbnail, complain about, I don't know, women not being hot in games anymore, and it's like, it's easy. It's easy. That's why they all fucking do it. God damn. I've always been toying with the idea of making a YouTube channel of just me doing their shit better than them. Just remember Kangmin Lee? Oh god. Hey, you know who we haven't watched in a long time? You know who we haven't watched in a long time? If only you had more YouTubers like me. I mean, we're starting to get a lot of us, which I think is awesome. But you know, we haven't seen in a long time. Jesus Christ, dude! Every day, every day. Why does he keep using like stereotypical black or like black culture aesthetics on all these thumbnails? Like he has Men Are Back in Gaming, and then he has GTA 6 2 Ghetto, and he keeps using AI. It's always like them using like there are things too. He's also black, but he feels so foreign to the culture because this is also this is also a fascinating thing right here. Okay, so I'm gonna send you guys a little behind the curtain. All right, about being black and especially in online, whatever. There are black people in this space who are so wrapped up in trying to appease to majority white audiences that they will shave away blackness from themselves. Okay, they will interact with black culture as such a curiosity that when they try to tap into it, it feels fake and it feels just as awkward and bad as like someone who's not black doing it, right? So I'm saying that because he communicates in a way like player haters never lose. Ubisoft last, and again, how is he portraying Naoe? Right, gold, platinum earrings, rings, grills, all that shit, right? And then how does he portray the actual black person? Nothing. Obama era gaming. But then how does he portray white people? He gives them the aesthetic of blackness. Because his interaction with blackness is through the lens of white supremacy. Like when he wants to make something look cool and awesome, he'll make him look black, but not for the black people. Again, next game to hate. Dawn Walkers. Let's give him a chain and grill and have his ears. Let's make him look like a black person. Look at this, Black Flag. But notice the features are on non-black bodies. Harry Potter. He has Snape there. But who gets that? Harry Potter. They ruined Harry Potter. Notice how it's also a marker of lower quality or coolness, depending on the context. And this is the one time he has it on a black person, but he's doing it as a way to make it a negative because Black Snape is a negative. But when he says White Boy Summer, look, he has it on this. Like it's crazy consistent, actually, how he communicates this. And the reason why he can put out so many videos in such a short amount of time is because they're slop. These are slop videos. For reference, he started his channel 2023. He has 1.8 thousand videos, right? I have 1.9, right? I started mine in 2016. I have 1.9. He started his in 2023 and he has 1.8. This is 100% a slop factory in like the realest sense. Speaking of, do you want to see something stupid on Twitter? Yeah, sure. A link it or put it in the Discord. I'll look at it. He's doing the Drake approach. Wagner looks like he could be a nice friendly dude too if it wasn't the pro-mic views. Dude looks like one of my friends and who's also black. Here's the problem with Wagner though. Right? Here's the problem with him. he is using his appearance as a black person knowingly in this space as somewhat of a shield, because now he gets to espouse the shit that non-black people will say about us, but because he's saying it's justification. So he creates a permission structure. That's why we call people like these like Uncle Toms, which I think is actually not a real cool thing. Probably like Uncle Ruckus is better. But like Uncle Toms, Uncle Ruckuses, house Negroes, what have you. Because they know what it's actually like, but because they are so concerned with appealing to whiteness 24/7, they will openly, nakedly, unabashedly attack blackness. Like, he's a safe black. He's not going to make them feel uncomfortable by saying some racist shit. In fact, he will give them permission to be racist because he's engaging in this the same way they all engage in it. Let's make women and their bodies the number one talking point. If there's a minority in this game, let's make sure that's the reason why this game fails. Don't save these hoes, ? Stop trying to save gaming. Xbox closed their studios and layoffs. Like, and this is supposed to be from a channel. This is supposed to be from a channel that supposedly likes games. Gamers cheer industry layoffs. You know, since we're here, we'll do this video here. How millennials ruined Sony's PS5 generation? No, that's just made up. Here we go. Let's get in for some great editing and commentary.
Some games are so bad, they feel like they owe you money for just wasting your time. And I think that's what gamers are feeling right now as we see the massive
What's the worst video game company right now? It's a tie between fucking Xbox and PlayStation, I'll tell you that.
layoffs kind of swarm the gaming industry. We feel we're being paid back finally with some retribution here. So it's fun to see.
I should make a tier list. I'll make a tier list of worst streamers, worst content creators, or worst like grifters when I hit 10K.
The gaming industry collapse in on itself with these new wave of layoffs. It's fun to see the slow descent into madness for all the fanboys of the modern day gaming industry. Of course, I'm talking about the Xbox fanboys, I'm talking about the PS5 fanboys, and of course, I'm talking about the fanboys and girls of the modern state of gaming, where you're...
So that's just everyone who plays games, right? Like, he's not being specific to Xbox fanboys or play. He just said basically anyone who currently plays video games.
Producing content that is not specified for the gaming audience. And I think this is what we're seeing. The cheers for the massive layoffs that are happening at Xbox, Sony, and of course, across the gaming industry as a whole, but more specifically for Xbox, because Xbox is seemingly taking the biggest machete throughout their whole personnel and cutting off so much studios that people are afraid. And
how old is this guy? He's gotta be in his 30s. He's gotta be in his 30s like me.
The entertainment gaming journalism space, because they see this as a catastrophe for the gaming industry, while gamers are shrugging their shoulders going, hey, finally you're actually doing something about all.
Finally, you're doing something. So basically, we can get 475 less DI freaks for ruining gaming. Sounds like a great fucking deal to me. I love how he goes to someone called the Greek God 11. Yeah, he's the real voice of gamers.
All this below average to terrible content that you've been producing these past 10 years. And this is the schism that we're seeing in the current day.
Bad content for 10 years. This game won a Peabody Award. South at Midnight, award-winning South at Midnight, won a Peabody Award. But people like Wagner and people like who watch him, not me because I'm doing this as a counterpoint, but people like him don't understand anything like prestige or recognition outside of which game won Jeff Keighley's Game of the Year. This shit could have won a Nobel Prize. This shit won a Peabody. I think it also got a BAFTA nomination, right? South of Midnight. I think it got a BAFTA nomination. Oh, it won a BAFTA for Best New IP. But these people don't know what BAFTA is. They don't understand how insane that is to get for a new IP, especially for a small title like this. They don't understand any of this shit. They don't understand any of this shit. Because it's a game that has a black woman in it. It's the funniest thing to me about South of Midnight is it is exactly the game all these fucking losers say they want. You're tired of sequels. You're tired of familiar stories. You're tired of getting the same old, same old. Here's a story starring a black woman from the South in a culture that often does not get examined in media, especially in video games, with a unique visual style. It's not an IP that's existed before. It's not coming from a book. It's not coming from a movie. It's its own original IP. It pulls off of mythology and folklore from a particular part of the country that, again, doesn't get examined as much. It has great music. It's everything they always say. It's the make your own game. Fine, we made our own game. And then you immediately hate on it because it was black. But it is everything they say they want in games now. Everything's too samey. Everything's too expensive. South of Midnight, not only was it on Game Pass, but South of Midnight, I think, is like a $30 game. Like, yeah, if we go on Steam, I think it's like, yeah, it's $39.99. Not overly expensive, right? Not these huge ballooning budgets. It's not full of microtransactions or anything like that. But they give this game more hatred than they will ever give a game like, I don't know, Call of Duty.
The gaming industry where people are celebrating, and me included, that, hey, finally these games are getting their comeuppance because they're not really producing anything for the gamer to actually cheer for. And of course, we're seeing the game journalists be angry at the response from the gaming audience. But I think more than anything, gamers are just really hoping that we see a change happening in the gaming industry. And we're seeing at the core parts and the root causes of it, feeling the effects of these layoffs. And of course, Xbox is the biggest one.
God damn, you're so fucking stupid. They're not being laid off because they're too woke. This is because of Xbox's poor management. A lot of these companies have put out amazing games. But again, because he's too stupid, and again, he wants to tap dance for his audience, he's going to do this shit all the time. And so it's, yeah, and then gamers are just saying these games aren't made for gamers.
But we're seeing the rumblings around Sony as well with Naughty Dog, where I would say is patient zero for the catastrophe of the current gaming industry with the Last of Us series, where we're seeing troubles now spring up with their new game Naughty Dog is producing called Intergalactic, where there's rumors spreading that, hey, Sony is having a problem with Neil Druckmann, the lead developer of this game, and there's finally cracks in the foundation of Naughty Dog.
And again, this is all just complete made up bullshit. It's complete fabrications. It's complete fabrications that he probably won't even get into with Naughty Dog. Like, it's and he's saying, he said Last of Us was patient zero. Last of Us series is patient zero for what's going on in the game industry. I'm sorry. Did the Last of Us series make a lot of remasters and remakes? Yes, admittedly so. But they're not patient zero for that. They didn't charge you $100 for a Last of Us Part 2 Premium Edition. They're not, like, what?
As they prepare for their sole big release in this coming decade. And yes, this sounds absurd to even say that Naughty Dog is only going to have one original title each decade, but that's the current state of the gaming industry. And I think that's why we're seeing these...
Naughty Dog, but not Rockstar? Naughty Dog, but not Rockstar? GTA 5 came out 13 years ago. Red Dead Redemption 2 came out like 9 years ago. That's basically one game per decade.
Mass layoffs happen because game developers can't really produce games anymore, and the games that they are producing are not making a profit. But before we go into that, what is happening with these massive layoffs? People are calling this the layoff slop era, where all the slop era games that have been coming out these past few years, the Forspokens, the Dragon Age, Veilguards, the Conquers.
Layoff slop? Assassin's Creed Shadows sold well. Dustborn did not cause Red Candle Games to lay off people. Like, this is insane.
The Saints Rows, the Dustborns, These are the slop era games that I'm talking about that have dragged down the gaming industry these past few years, where there was content that was highly focused on being a game as a live service or game as a rep.
So I hate the way he edits so much. It's so dog shit. But he's saying games as a live service. There is one, maybe two games on here that are live service. And if your problem is games are a live service, that's an actual legitimate critique. Why are you having all these games here? There are more live service games that are failed than these games that he's showing. But again, everything has to be woke. So it has to be the games with minorities in it, you guys. This is why gaming is bad.
Representation or political tool that influence the mind of the game. That seemed to be the two options you had as a gamer, where you had to play this kind of propaganda piece, or you have to play this game as live service that may have these propagandized standards built into their design. And I think that's what we see with so much of the studios that are getting impacted by the massive Xbox layoffs, because that is the core thing that is leading to the failure of so.
Yeah, dude, the studios are losing money because they're woke. That's why. Hey, remember Expedition 33? Remember that game? The game that was mostly a female cast? The game that had female characters as the most important characters? Remember that game? Remember the woke game you guys were talking about that you love so much? Remember Baldur's Gate 3? Remember that game? Remember The Witcher 3? Remember all these games? But suddenly it's oh no, those are fine. We can ignore the wokeness there. But Mass Effect Andromeda didn't get canceled because it was a live service or woke, or rather, it didn't get canceled. It didn't sell well because the game was buggy and broken at launch, and it didn't feel good to play. Like, like they can't even be consistent, man. It can't even be consistent, man.
So much of these developing studios where they're making products that gamers are simply not buying, and that is the case. And that's what we're seeing. Gamers are simply not buying these.
Yeah, okay, what are the games we're gonna put from Steam charts? Games on Game Pass, a game that at this point it's been what, 2 years? Conquer's been 2 years. You gotta let it go. Saints Row, Tales of Kenzera, Immortals, Shadows. This is the most random assortment, like Forspoken. Yeah, why would there be Forspoken came out years ago? Like these games came out years ago. The Crew, you can't like this is. I'm skipping this part though. I'm sorry. This is stupid.
Developers are trying to get and need to actually have a survivable footprint in the gaming industry. And I think that's the response that we're seeing right now from Xbox. Xbox is looking at what the production costs are looking like, and they're looking at these developers and they're saying, hey, you're not really making anything that is actually bringing a return to the overall investment that we're putting into this. And I think this is what we.
You know what's so funny about this guy? You know what's so funny about Wagner Knows Why? Besides his logic, is the fact that he says that he is a game developer, gaming streamer, entertainment commentator, game developer, and writer. So this guy is a supposed game developer, and he doesn't even understand the logic he's trying to espouse. The reason why Xbox is gutting everything is because they made bad decisions, not these studios. The studios like Compulsion Games historically do not make titles that sell billions, okay? They don't make billions. They're supposed to be a smaller studio focused on more prestige titles, which is what they did. That was their mandate. They did that. Same thing with Ninja Theory. Same thing with Double Fine. None of these studios were out here making multi-million-dollar bangers. Double Fine's most well-known property is Psychonauts. Let's just do Psychonauts sales history, right? The original Psychonaut sold 1.7 million globally. It was a commercial failure. Its initial release, it sold 100,000 copies. Its lifetime sales is 1.7. Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 has sold at least 1.7, making it Double Fine's best-selling game. This game is 1.7 million. It's their best-selling game. Xbox/Microsoft knew that buying them. They knew that because that was what the studio was known for. This is not a studio you buy to make a $20 million or 20 million sales. That's not the studio you buy for that. Same thing for Compulsion. Compulsion has never put out a game that sold like 100 million copies. This is their output. Are you ready? We Happy Few. Contrast. We Happy Few. South of Midnight. That's their output. That is their output. They were founded in 2009, and they made about 4 games, one being like a DLC. Because everything Compulsion makes is niche. These are not big studios. The biggest one here, obviously, is Halo Studios. Halo is supposed to be one that makes a ton of money, not any of these other ones. These are the ones that are supposed to fill out the library. These are the ones that are supposed to keep you satiated while these ones are cooking. That's how it works. That's why not every single PlayStation game that comes out is Uncharted or The Last of Us or Insomniac Spider-Man, right? You have to have other games coming out on your console. Otherwise, people are going to be like, the value proposition on your console isn't that good if I have to wait 6 years for one game. That's the whole point of these middle spaces.
You see from the new CEO, Sharma, where she's been put in place because she can do the things that the previous CEO couldn't do. Phil Spencer couldn't do this because they had too much built-in relationships with these studios, too much promises made. And I think that's why I said when they put this new CEO in charge, first thing she needs to do, at least any new CEO, they're going to cut a bunch of products that are massively failing. Who knows if they're going to be able to develop something new that is dissimilar to what they previously.
And again, he says massively failing. They weren't. These weren't the ones that were massively failing. What massively was failing was Microsoft's leadership. That's what was failing. These are cost-cutting measures. And they're going to go all in on the big ones. That's why you're going to get Gears of War E-Day. And I love Gears of War. You're going to get Gears of War E-Day. You're going to get a Halo 3 campaign Evolved or Halo campaign Revolve. You're going to get all of these familiar titles to get the big money back because of their leadership. And again, it's not just Microsoft. Sony's done this shit too. Let's not forget that Sony closed down Japan studios.
To see made because there's just so much people and the concept that are embedded in Xbox are so entrenched. Maybe they won't be able to produce something new that is of quality, but it doesn't matter. They need to get rid of the things that are not producing now with the same people that don't know anything about producing something successful today. And I think that's what we hear with the big rumors surrounding Microsoft. Microsoft is reportedly
they don't even use other resources. They don't even use other resources. It's always Pirate Nation. It's always Pirate Nation, or it's that Park Place, or it's Madam Savvy, or it's the Mongol Lawyer. It's always these people. They can't go anywhere else.
The shutdown for Xbox studios, and it's looking for buyers, but no one really wants to buy these studios because these studios suck.
Okay, this is
they don't know how to make a proper game.
We already know how to do this. They don't know how to make a proper game. Yeah, Ninja Theory does know how to make a proper game. Compulsion and Undead Labs don't know how to make a proper game. They've only made State of Decay. How many copies of State of Decay? State of Decay has reached over 10 million lifetime players across Xbox and PC. 2 million paid units sold on Steam alone, but they don't know how to make a successful game. They don't know how to make a successful game. They're so unsuccessful that they've made 2 of them already. State of Decay franchise is highly successful property that has surpassed 4.5 million copies sold for the first game and reached over 10 million lifetime players across the series. It launched in 2013, and State of Decay 2 was a major commercial hit, debuting at the best-selling video game in the United States upon its release in May 2018. It exceeded 1 million players within the first 48 hours and surpassed 10 million players by 2021. But this is a studio that does know how to make games. They don't know how to make successful games. Again, we're gonna get past this part because he's legitimately too stupid to talk about this. Let's go to ideology, because this is where his real opinions come in.
That is in the corporate culture, where we saw overhiring practices that are mostly focused on bringing in people that have the same ideology.
Where does he get these graphics from? What is the purpose of DEI and wokeness? To create social hierarchies based on genetic attributes such as race, gender, and sexuality. It's like, dog, a so-called oppressed class. You are black, Wagner. What do you mean so-called oppressed class? What do you mean so-called? Hire based off merit, equal opportunity. Hire based off quality, equal equality of outcome. There is no merit base. That's the whole point of like Title IX. This is the shit I'm talking about. You have people who are just so uneducated about things that you could just look up. You could just look it up. You want to know why? You want to know why you need Title IX protections? It's so they wouldn't just hire just white people. Like, he thinks, because his logic is, if you are a person of color or a woman or not straight, you're only here because of a quota. And you're actually not qualified. And just completely ignoring the fact that this applies to him too.
To produce the same content that they want to see reflected in political society. And I think that's what we see with so much products.
Political society. It's just
Xbox,
society.
Sony, so much other developers, where it came about hiring the people that really don't bring about any focus to the.
Why is this racial hierarchy? Defeminization? Anti-beauty standards? Of course, it's Deborah Wilson. Also, I'm sorry, not sorry. Anti-beauty standards, my guy, mirrors exist in this world that we currently inhabit, right? I don't think you with that hairline should be talking about beauty standards. I don't think man whose biggest op is a barber should be talking people's beauty standards and appearances, especially black people's. Like, that's some shit we're not gonna do because wrong messenger. What does DEI mean? Diversity, equity, inclusion aims to create mandates. Okay, so you wrote this, right? You're supposed to say mandates. Representing a so-called, once again, so-called oppressed class. So a white person did this shit for sure. Oh, there's the at right here. At Hub Bandar. Hold on. That's probably on Twitter. Let's see. Hub Bandar? Bandar Hub. Let's check this out real quick. Oh, I blocked him. So this is the place you got this information from. To understand to understand the impact of modern woke culture, it's crucial to explore its roots. I've created a quick breakdown exploring the origins and rise of modern woke culture. Occupy Wall Street. ESG, virtue signaling. This is where he's getting his information from. Oh, weird. This is literally a Marvel IP game, and that one is anticipated given the design pedigree of Arcane. This game would have sold millions, and name alone and design would have put Arcane on the map amongst the mainstream. Why on earth would you cancel this game? Boggles my mind. Hey, dog. I thought you didn't like this shit, though. I thought you didn't like black people in games or making games. Arcane Leon. let's just go. Do they have a website? I mean, they have a lot of black leads here. They have a lot of black leads in Arcane Leon. And in fact, I think there are black people working on Marvel's Blade. In fact, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that there are black people who are in charge of this game, right? But isn't that the shit they don't like? Yeah, niggas worked on this for sure. Just saying, because we look at Arcane Leon Blade, and I look at the behind the scenes, right? I'm pretty confident they showed it was a black person. This game's never coming out. Pretty confident the game director for this was black, which means it should be canceled, right? It should be canceled because that's woke. Sebastian Mission. Now I want to check. I'm delaying this little reaction thing. I know originally Blade was white. He was a white British guy. Creative art director, art / co-creative director. Let's see. Let's see. I think it's that guy. I think this is him. Uh-oh. 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 But I'm confused. I thought that was woke. So the guy that he got his shit from, the guy that he's using for a source, is literally mad that a game made by a woke person isn't going to appear. Huh. Interesting. Because this is where he got his information from.
The gaming industry itself, where they were tangential and actually produced content that was mainly detrimental to the overall development of these games. I think that's what we see.
Maybe detrimental.
DEI culture, all these other elements where it became more focused.
He doesn't. Thing is, what's so funny about this shit is they never even talk about the staff making it. They always talk about what's in front of the screen. Saga Anderson is done by Remedy. Remedy is a Finnish company. That's white people. These are white people who made Saga Anderson. So what does this have to do with racial hierarchy? White people made Saga Anderson. Fat phobia. That's not even her. Ableism. Because people in wheelchairs never appeared in video games. Like, it's so stupid.
On these kind of progressive issues rather than the actual making of something that was attractive to the customer base. And I think that's what we see with so much of the respect that these journalists get within the.
Also, she's using Abby for defeminization. Last of Us sold well. Like, objectively sold well.
These communities where journalists are respected because they actually promote these.
Journalists? Why the fuck is Destiny here? Oh my God, does he think Destiny's a journalist? Does he think because Destiny has blue hair that he's a journalist or has anything to do with the gaming industry at all? oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So we're just LARPing. We don't even pretend to do research.
These ideals rather than what the gaming audience wants. So if you're not making something oriented towards them, you got a
Oh
bad
my
review.
God.
If you made something towards the gaming audience, you got a worse review. And
Does
that's
he
what
think-
we see with these.
Wait. Does he think Destiny's a gamer or a game journalist or a developer or anything like that? Jason Schreier, Alyssa McConte, Anita Sarkeesian. Game journalist, former game journalist, not a game journalist at all. Not even in the gaming hemisphere. Like, are you kidding? Did you do? I'm sorry. I have to comment. Ain't no way you did such little research that you think Destiny, the guy with blue hair, is a video game journalist or even in the gaming industry or even in the gaming space. God, your content is such unmitigated slop. Jesus Christ. And no one here clocked that? No one here clocked that? Oh my God, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
If you made something towards the gaming audience, you got a worse review. And that's what we see with these two games like Dragon Age Veilguard and of
Oh my
course
fucking
what we
God.
see with Mixtape,
Oh my
where
fucking
they pandered to this journalistic class of people and they got the reviews that they wanted and
Wait,
deserved.
what?
They pandered like towards the gaming audience, you got a worse review. And that's what we see with these two games like Dragon Age Veilguard and of course what we see with Mixtape, where they pandered to this journalistic class of people and they got the
Mixtape pander to a journalistic class of people? Do you think only journalists play fucking Mixtape? It's just they just go on these tirades where they have to just hit every buzzword all the time. They just speak in buzzwords. It's like calling something millennial writing. They just speak in buzzwords because he has no actual thought process up here.
views that they wanted and deserved, at least in the mind of the journalist class. And now we see the opposite happen with games that are made for the gaming audience, where they're not pandering to anyone or
That makes no sense. He makes money from this? Not much. I can tell you not much from this. This makes no sense. You can't at one end say that they are pandering to the journalist class, but then when they pander to the journalists are the ones who are still scoring this. And he's just using IGN. Unless he's trying to say these games are lower reviewed because of they're not like woke or whatever. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop sucks. It does suck. Crimson Desert, he was specifically given an early review copy, which was ass. A lot of people said it was ass, and then they improved upon it. Stellar Blade is a 7 out of 10. Notice how it says it's good. And also, like everyone, journalists have different opinions. So even within the same, notice how these aren't the same reviewer. If it was the same reviewer, then you'd have an argument. But review companies have multiple employees. So different people with different takes are going to take different approaches and get to different results for this. But he keeps looking at just IGN.
the journalists, and they get the negative reviews. They get the tepid response from these kind of journalistic oriented organizations, where we see the opposite with these games that are made for these journalistic class of people, where you don't even really have to play
Journalistic
the game. Or
class.
if you have to have skills to play the game, you have checked off all the boxes when it comes to related to their progressive idealism.
Progressive idealism, marathon. I will never understand. I will never understand why these people are so obsessed with marathon. But I can debunk this easily right now. We can go to my Steam account. We can type in mixtape. Very positive. Very positive. Did the journalist take over Steam? Did the journalist class take over Steam? Hmm? Like that's it. That's it. That's it. There, I just blew up your entire argument in literally seconds.
I think that's what we see with games that don't pander to the audience. We see it with Stellar Blade, Crimson Desert, and Lollipop Chainsaw, where they didn't pander to the journalists. They got tepid and terrible.
They didn't pander to the journalists. This is also bullshit. Let me blow up your argument even more, Wagner. Let me push this argument back further than your fucking hairline. Let's go to, let's just do Stellar Blade Metacritic, right? So it was tepid from the journalists, right? It got 81. 81. With some journalists or / critics giving it 100, 100, 100, 93, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. If the average is 81, that means the lowest they got was like a 79 or something, which is still good. If we go by negative reviews, oh, there were no negative reviews of this game. Only mixed reviews. 72, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 160. Okay, a couple of 60s. And then one from Slant Magazine to 50. But again, wouldn't they all be like 50s or 60s and below? Because this one company that he's focusing on gave it a 7. Like, it's so easy. It's so easy to destroy his argument.
Reviews in response to that. And I think that's the current level of gaming discourse that we see right now from these groups of people. And I think that's what we're seeing spill over with some of the.
He's also just so bad at this shit. He's also so bad at this shit. Like, he's using modded footage of The Last of Us to make her look more like The Last of Us live action actress, Bella Ramsey.
Responses that we're seeing happening with Naughty Dog.
Which ironically makes it actually work.
Responses that we're seeing happening with Naughty Dog, where Naughty Dog is trying to pander to the same audience. So we see a new game like Intergalactic getting that same treatment, where all the journalists are praising this game because it.
No one's praising this game because the game's not out. Like, dog, you can't say that Naughty Dog takes too long to put games out and then be like they're praising this game that isn't even out. Because Naughty Dog took too long. This is not even out. They can't be praising it.
Looks like the type of character they want to play as. It looks like the type of game where they don't have to actually know anything about being strategic with their gameplay. And it looks like
being strategic with their gameplay. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like the sort of game that represents their values. So it is getting all the high praise, but the rumors are a lot different surrounding this game. This game is suspected of being in trouble with Sony, where Sony's realizing, hey, we're backstopping it.
Not to sound rude, but the guy sounds limited. You know, he sounds like an idiot. I think he's an idiot.
A game that is just not really getting the attention of the gaming audience, especially after the failure of The Last of Us 2. If you know anything about The Last of Us 2, it's a game that lost money, especially according to Sony's court filings, where they spent over $250 million in the production.
And the game required a 70-month development cycle of 6 years and peaked around 200 full-time employees. That doesn't make the game a failure, though. Like, why did we do this? Why did we do this? Part 2. Let's look at the, I don't know, sales? Who knows? sold over 10 million, if it sold over 10 million and it cost him 200 million, then it made its money back. Like that's it made, yeah, it's highly profitable. Like I don't know what he's talking about. Like it's not even like that's just things you can just verify. Like you can just verify this shit. You can just verify it easily. If it sold 10 million copies over 2 years, and it sold at full price, and it sold 4 million in 3 days at full price, it made his money back. Like that's just it. He didn't even, mind you, he just said the game cost $220 million to make, right? Like he doesn't say how much the game made though.
Filings where they spent over $250 million in the production, not to mention advertisement, and they didn't make all that money back. And this is just the state of the gaming.
But he doesn't show any proof of that. He doesn't show any proof of that. I at the very least showed you the game sold 10 million within 2 years, 4 million within 3 days. That it made its money back. It's not the game sold for $1. This is a full price game. The Last of Us Part 2. Came out in 2020, and it was selling for, it would have sold for 2020 price. It would have sold for like, yeah, $50. That's just the remastered actually on sale. It would have sold for like $60. So we're not going to do super math, but 60 times 4 million is enough money. Like, God damn, he's so bad at this. He's so bad at this.
Industry where you're trying to make something that is going to appeal to the mass audience, but that's not where you're getting with the modern day layoff slop gaming era, where they're making games towards a small minuscule audience. And I think that's what we saw with The Last of Us, was a failure because it didn't appeal to the people that loved the original title. It barely sold 12 million copies. That's way less than half of what The Last of Us 1.
Yeah, The Last of Us 1 sold a lot because there's been multiple copies of it. You had the original one on the fucking PS3. Then you had the PS4 remaster. Then you had original PS3 release, 8 million copies. The remaster for PS4, 18 million. So it was remastered for the PS4. It originally sold 8 million. Remastered puts it at 26 million. Let's just say 27 million. And then the PC remake, 2 million. So there's literally 3 different versions. 3 different versions of Last of Us Part 1. Because if you want to go by just the original, then Last of Us Part 2 outsold the original. like these are numbers you can just look up. These are numbers you can just look up. You can just look these numbers up. Like, so many ads. Last was PS3. Remastered, part 2. And like this is then part 2, like this is like, yeah. And yes, if a game sold 1 less copy than the original, they'll call it a flop for sure, 100%.
Actually sold. And I think that's the thing that we see in aggravation with Sony, where Sony is looking at Neil Druckmann himself and saying, can you really make this sort of game again as a success, especially the last.
Oh, and who was he referring to? Someone called Pulp Culture 323. Is Naughty Dog on Sony's shopping block? The rumor is that it's going to overdrive with reports. Naughty Dog Studios had Neil Druckmann might be stepping away due to severe lack of funding for his upcoming. No, they're not. What are you talking about? They're not funding Intergalactic. Are you fucking stupid? I can't finish this video. He's just it's too fucking stupid. It's too fucking stupid. It's too stupid. It's too dumb. Like this is the level of the other ideological side, right? Where they have to put in negative research to talk about anything. This is why I have decided to mostly do stuff like quick hits and reactions and stuff, because look at the output. Look at his output. Again, I started my channel before him. He has almost as many videos out, and he's only been doing this since 2023. And he has 1.8K videos. Like that's an insane output. That's an insane output. Like and he's not the only one. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is this? Revenant Remnant? Sounds like I have work to do. I always have fucking work to do. Make appealing female characters the norm again. Who's Revenant Remnant? Their research is random hate accounts on Twitter. It is, though. It is. Their research is, I went to Twitter and this is what they said. So therefore, this is true. Like it's so fucking funny to me though. Like it's sad and it's annoying, but it's so fucking funny. Like these are my ops, you guys. He doesn't have a single brain cell to rub against inside his skull. I'd say a mind is a terrible thing to waste, but his is wasting space in his head. And that's what fucking that's what all these grifters talk about the same shit, right? Same shit, same time. Like I wonder if they're even gonna talk about the physicals. Let's see. Let's do a little experiment real quick. The AAA bubble just popped. Oh no, never mind. Supergirl. Grand Theft Auto 6 will obliterate the industry and no one can stop it. Sony is dumping the blame on you. Oh, so is this the same topic? Is this the same topic that Wagner was talking about?
Sony is ruining the PlayStation brand one idea at a time, and at this point, when it comes to live service, Destiny's whole saga affects.
Oh no, this is just Destiny. Okay. I thought he was going to talk about Neil Druckmann. Don't worry, I'm not going to watch this. I already covered the Destiny shit and PlayStation's ideas, so I'm not going to cover this video. But weird how they're not talking about you know, the whole no discs thing, or how Grand Theft Auto is a nightmare the industry isn't ready for. I like how Supergirl Backlash goes nuclear. James Gunn Future is kicked. 87,000 views. Dog, your audience does not care about this. Your audience does not care about this. Fans walk away. The video game bubble just popped and now they're panicking. How many times do you have a bubble? The AAA game bubble just crashed and he's showing. Wait, why are you showing?
There is something seriously.
Why are you showing the Tales series?
In
Why are you showing Trails series?
Games industry guys from PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, everything is cooked right now. And Grand Theft Auto 6 might be the saving grace for Sony at least, but I'll get into that one later on. But either way, the bubble is popped. And as they say, hardware and console sales are plummeting, and I can also prove it. So what happens next? Well, firstly, let's look at this from Insider Gaming. They confirmed recently that Sony PlayStation's hardware has officially...
Yeah, I don't care. Worrying news for PS6 memory. Yeah, okay.
2 years in a row, I was in Banff over in Alberta for in a hotel room for a few days. And yeah, I would use the hotel Wi-Fi, and I was playing shows from daybreak, no problem in Banff while my PS5 was at home. And yeah, it was glorious. It was amazing. I remember when I went to Texas a few years ago to meet Nerdrotic, the Geeks and Gamer guys, and Stuttering Craig from Side.
Okay, you know what? That just interrupts this whole video. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. These people are so fucking incestuous. But yeah, let's do this video.
Grand Theft Auto 6 has been treated like the second rebirth of gaming since forever. Rockstar knows it, the games media knows it, PlayStation, Xbox, even places like Steam or Nintendo know it too. But what does GTA 6 say about the future? How is this all going to work? It's a lot and it's really messy.
Do you notice how he talks a mile a minute? It's like he's trying to read a script all in one breath. Like there's no pause or anything.
You see, what worries me the most is that what GTA is setting as a precedent could be a disaster for gaming as a whole, as Games Radar said here. Games will keep getting more expensive.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. I cannot believe it. Why am I saying that? I really can't believe this. Oh my God. Is he actually, is Endymion actually going to actually make a video that talks about a real issue in video games?
After GTA 6 raises the bar, but only the most in-demand games will get away with it, analysts say. Already, the games industry is learning the wrong lessons from GTA 6, and that's what I'm talking about. Games Radar says it here, that GTA 6 and stuff like Mario Kart World are kind of cooking the game's pricing problem even Rockstar's fault. Games Radar
I already said this. What are you saying?
Games out here that are asking for price points, I firmly don't believe that they should be. I'll give you a recent example, right? I beat the Adventures of Elliot Millennium Tales from Square Enix. It's an okay game with a lot of problems, but the fact that it was $80 Canadian at release, that stung a lot because the game is not worth the price of admission in my opinion. I think a lot of games are going to cook themselves and doom their own future simply because they think that, well, GTA 6 did it, so why can't we? It's simple, because you're not GTA 6. That's why. I think variable pricing...
Oh God, he's going to start dick riding GTAs in here.
When it comes to games is the way forward. Not everything needs to be a fully priced video game. And really the only reason why we're seeing these GTA-like price points being attached to games that have no reason doing it is simple. It's normalization. They want you to become accustomed to it, even if the logistics behind these decisions don't make a lick of sense, which they don't, by the way. Like I said, that Elliot game that I played, if it were $50 Canadian, yeah, that'd be like a fine price for what I played, but $80 for a pixel 2D HD game that also reuses entire levels like it does, you're out of your mind.
God, he's so fucking stupid. This is the same. Indian was always Canadian. This is the same argument that Legendary Drop said a while ago when me and Noah talked about it, where he's like, Xbox can't release games that cost $80, but look at the quality. It's like you bought the game for $80. They don't care if you like the game. You already bought the game for $80. The game was already a 2D HD pixel game, and you still bought it for $80. What's not clicking up here? What's not clicking up here? The minute you purchase the game, they don't care. If I could sell you this Apple Core, I wrapped it up for $100 and you're like, I'll buy it. And then you're looking, it's like, oh, I can't eat this. I don't care if you can eat this because you knew what this was and you still paid for it. You saw the game. You saw the Millennium Elliot Adventures or whatever. You definitely saw the trailers. You knew it was a 2D pixel game and you still bought it at that price. And yes, Rockstar is normalizing it. That's what I said. Other people are going to do that because for other people, other types of games are their Rockstar. You don't get to decide which game is worth this price or not because you're not the audience. If you love turn-based tactics game and Final Fantasy Tactics comes out and it says $80, you're still probably going to buy it. Even though Final Fantasy may not be your Rockstar. That's what I kept saying in the past. Everyone has their own Rockstar. Everyone has their own GTA. That's why GTA doing it was permission for everyone to do it. No investor, no fucking executive's gonna be like, we can't price it too high because we're not Rockstar. Why would they think that? That's never stopped them before. I don't play Madden or 2K because it should come every year. They still charged full price for them. They didn't go, well, we're not offering the same as CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk, so we shouldn't charge the same price. No, because they don't fucking care.
Square wanted that Elliot game to become a franchise. They would
goddamn.
price that game accordingly. Tell me how that Elliot game and something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are the same price at release. Yeah.
Also, this guy's argument is you got to pay for graphics. You got to pay for graphics. You got to pay for graphics, you guys.
Looking at those games side by side, you'd be like, how is that even something they thought would be okay? It just feels like companies are going to doom what could be future moneymakers for them because they got too greedy out of the gate. That's the point here. As another analyst said, the new $80
stupid.
standard will be reserved for only a select few titles and franchises that can command it. And publishers that try to charge $80 on games that don't deliver will likely come to regret that. Exactly this. Like, be serious, guys. Which franchises, in your opinion...
This is also, oh my God. This is like, he's not even honestly making like such a bad point that I think he's dumb. Why I always thought that, but he's not making such a point where I'm like he's bullshitting, but he's not understanding a basic concept here. This is already a thing. When video games cost $70, right? Which is their current / old price, $70 for a video game, right? You still had games coming out for cheaper than that. You still have games that come for $40, $50. There are companies who still do that. It's the companies who were always the ones charging more are going to charge more. Rockstar always charges full price. Nintendo charges full price. Microsoft charges full price. Those games charge full price. Those companies charge full price. They always have. Even games that have flopped, even franchises that no longer exist, charge full price. Saints Row charged full price. Mass Effect charged full price, even though Mass Effect Andromeda was garbage. They still charged you full price. They didn't go, well, our game's shit. We're going to charge you $40. Witcher, CD Projekt Red charges you full price. Those are the publishers, the companies that are always going to charge full price. However, like people are saying in chat, there's people like Electrician 33 or Hollow Knight Silksong or games from like Focus Entertainment, more often than not are mid-level games. They won't charge you full price for a game. There are more budgeted titles. But it's the same tier system here. The main difference now is GTA is saying here's also $100 and we're gonna lock game mechanics that we never locked before behind this $100 paywall. That's where it becomes different. But there's always been you want to buy the big mainstream game. Mainstream game's gonna cost mainstream money. A niche game's gonna cause niche money. That's how it's always been. This argument of like, you're gonna look at this game and tell me how many franchises do you think would charge full price? Fable, Mario, Final Fantasy. He played the two Trails. Anything from Nintendo. I said that already. Any game from Nintendo. Sports game because you guys are gonna play it. Call of Duty. There's a ton of games. Capcom. There's a ton of games. Ton of franchises that can charge full price.
Would you actually pay $80, maybe even $90 at release? GTA?
Elder Scrolls.
Okay, sure. Maybe an Elden Ring too, right? Call of Duty could probably get away with it just due to how loyal that fan base is with that game too. But I guess let me know that in the comments, right? What series would you abandon if they tried to charge you like Rockstar's doing now? In my opinion, for myself, if Square Enix, for example, were to adopt these price points going forward, they're gonna go under. Hell, even if like Borderlands tried to charge these prices, I would be looking at them sideways. Pretty much, unless you're Rockstar or From Software, you gotta back up, stop thinking you can milk people more than you already currently are.
That's so stupid. Again, you can't just be like, unless you're these two publishers I like, don't do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Analysts said more, which worries me. Here it is. Gaming is increasingly becoming a luxury category. Its economics have historically centered around a winner takes most model, and GTA 6 raises the bar again. Publishers who can clear it will pull further ahead, and those who cannot will be to compete on distribution instead, finding new channels, bundles, and pricing models to reach players the blockbusters don't. Exactly. That's the big problem. Gaming should not be a luxury hobby. The entire point of gaming.
You can't say gaming shouldn't be a luxury hobby and then say, but if FromSoft or GTA charged you $100 or exorbitant fee, they should be able to get away with it. Like, God
that
damn.
anybody can get into it if they want to. The barrier to entry should not be where it is today, but it is. For example, the PlayStation 6, which is currently being ready to release in fall 2027, which, yes, that's real, and God help us all if they still do that still. It's going to be very expensive to buy, but how expensive, you may be asking? Well, Vice recently reported via a leaker, as seen here, that the PS6 currently is looking to exceed $1,000 American when it finally releases next year. That's crazy, you're probably thinking. Who but people with loads of money can reasonably then afford the PS6 at launch, never mind the games? Firstly, you're right to think that way if you did, and secondly, when you look at the logistics, you realize GTA 6, the PS6, all of this future of gaming stuff, yeah, it's definitely then going to become a luxury, alright. As Vice says here, the reason
It's not even then becoming a luxury. It's already become a luxury because of, I really did these reasons. It's because Rockstar and FromSoft are popular enough to do so. Yeah, but you know what's popular to do that? Nintendo. You know what's popular to do that? 2K. You know what's popular to do that? Like Activision Blizzard. Like the popular companies are the main companies. It's my birthday tonight, and I'm gonna spend listening to you. I'm playing Ghost of Yo eating pizza. You're gonna spend your birthday listening to me complain about capitalism? I mean, respect. But the point that Endymions failing to make or to realize is this has already been the case. This is already happening. Like, how many games do you guys play or do you know of, right, that are done by big publishers or big development companies? Sony Santa Monica is a huge publisher. So is, and even if you guys don't like them, so is Ubisoft. So is Nintendo. So is I guess also PlayStation because they have own stuff too. So is Xbox. So is a ton of other studios. The mainstream studios are the ones who charge full price. It's the indies, the smaller studios that typically do not charge full price. So the math doesn't change. If GTA is going to do this, then what's stopping NBA 2K from doing that? I believe someone mentioned that 2K was the first $70 game. What is stopping them from doing this? That's the problem. These people are having. They can't navigate this space where they're trying to say, no, my favorite company is good and moral, and they can do that because they're popular. But you can't do that. You can't dictate that. You don't think Capcom is popular? You don't think Capcom could release Monster Hunter for $100 or $80 or $90? You don't think Capcom could do that with their properties that are extremely popular? You don't think Square Enix could do that? Because we're just talking about Western companies. Square Enix could do that. Fuck, Genshin Impact, MiHoYo could do that. Like all of these people could do this, and that's what they're failing to understand. This isn't just Western games. But guess what? Bethesda could also do this. Every major studio can do this.
The reason why the PS6 will exceed $1,000 is because the components needed to make the thing in the first place are already exceeding $1,000 per unit just for Sony to make the thing. And
I wonder why that's the case. I wonder what's happening. I wonder what recent creation has caused a massive surge in tech components.
That the price of these components have increased by 31% in just the last 3 months, and that's right now. As I'm making this video, we're halfway through 2020.
Also, just to hammer home this point, right? Endymion. Endymion is a person who was supporting shit like Trump, right? And like how wokeness is over and dead because he won and the gaming is saved, and yada 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 yada. And I believe on occasion uses AI generated thumbnails, or at least deep fried looking thumbnails. But his ideological side, the group that he personally associates with, like Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers, often abuse AI, especially generative AI. Like, yeah, like this is AI right here. Do that shit. And so they've actually been contributing to the increase because they're using AI, which uses RAM and memory and makes data centers. So all that shit that these people were trying to tell you is not a big deal and you should focus on people being gay or women in gaming and shit like that. Sorry. That's them. That's they're contributing to this.
6, it's going to be even more expensive most likely. This means for me, right, over in Canada where I live, as seen here, a new PS5 then, before taxes mind you, is going to cost me roughly $1,419.45, and that's at today's money at this very instance based on the pricing. I would wager when GTA 6 comes out, which will be about $90 for the base version or close to $100 in Canadian dollars just for like the normal one, I mean, Sony will likely then push the PS6 as the definitive place to play GTA 6, probably. Who we kidding? But by the time that PS6 comes out,
a year
its pricing
after,
might be closer to $2,000 Canadian. I wouldn't even be surprised if that were true. Mind you, when I bought the PS5 back in 2020, it was about $500 or so Canadian. This would mean the next generation of hardware would be 4 times the price it used to be thanks to inflation and taxes for someone like me. Tell me how most people can afford that. They can't. As seen here, currently the PS6 would likely need to be about $1,100 to $1,200 American for Sony just to break even on the thing. This can't keep happening, man. With GTA 6, Rockstar is in the unique position where, sure, none of this really matters to them. They can charge whatever they want to and get away with it. But like I keep saying, if anybody tries to ride Rockstar's coattails and mimic what they're doing, nah, you're gonna get cooked, man. Come on already. But as the
no, that's stupid. Stop trying to defend Rockstar here. Stop trying to defend Rockstar. Rockstar is part of the problem. Rockstar is one of the reasons why people are going to be doing this. Like, this is insane cope. This is what we keep talking about. They're too afraid to criticize Rockstar. Rockstar doing this price just because you guys like them is not justification. You guys are doing the work of the investor. Like, they're doing the executives' work for them. They will rationalize why it should and it's good to cost $100, but no one else should do it. It makes no goddamn sense to me. I do not understand this. You are not an investor. Why are you trying? Why are you trying so hard to be like, they can do that, but if anyone else does, they'll be cooked. I promise you, when other people do this, they will not be cooked. They won't be. They won't be cooked. You want to know why? Because Nintendo already released a game for fucking $80 and Nintendo is still here. Mario Kart World was released for $80. Jesus Christ, can I do cost, please? It was already released for $80. They already released this game for $80. GTA is also releasing for $80. It's just the premium edition that's $100. And again, like I said before, the big issue with that is they are putting game mechanics behind that $100 price tag. But games releasing $80 are already a thing. Is Nintendo cooked?
The Hollywood Reporter said here, what GTA 6 is going to do to the games industry is equivalent to a car crash for physical media. I think how they put it in the opening here says it right. If Netflix cooked physical media, Rockstar Games just ran over its carcass, and yep, that's
You can say killed. Like, what are you doing?
Pretty much it, alright. There were also some big rumors that GTA 6 would eventually have a physical disc release in 2027, alongside the PS6 as another big push for Sony's hardware allegedly, and I mean, who are we kidding? People would double dip if they could. But this rumor that
Why is it in Spanish? Dile que solo te mande a matar un tipo que no es culpa tuya.
Rockstar was doing digital only at release to avoid spoilers ended up not being true. As The Hollywood Reporter confirmed here, they were able to verify the authenticity of an email from Rockstar that confirmed 100% that there will not be a physical disc version of GTA 6.
Because
Not
why
now,
would there have been?
Not ever. It will only ever be a digital release for the future, as they confirmed it right here. So that solidifies it. As Hollywood Reporter said it here, what Rockstar has done is a death sentence for the physical media future because it is. They said more here. To some degree, Rockstar's decision is understandable in that it is inevitable. The future of gaming will be split between digital purchases and subscription-based downloads cloud access because the new ways are more secure and much more profitable. Specifically here, Rockstar has to recoup a tremendous investment. And that's going to be the future, since Rockstar has allegedly spent somewhere near $1 to $1.5 billion on GTA 6 in terms of its development costs
Which
alone,
is bad.
making it easily the most expensive game of all time. The goal here is to remove the middleman as much as possible for Rockstar to
By the way, that's another thing people don't talk about enough. They will always look at the budget. We just saw Wagner knows why I do this shit, right? They will look at the production costs for these games, and then if it's a game they don't like, they'll be like, well, why would you spend all this money on this? They should have budgeted better, et cetera, et cetera. Rockstar spent supposedly $1 billion making this game. $1 billion. Like, that's insane. That's insane. But they'll be like, that's fine. They'll justify it.
recoup and make their money back. Manufacturing discs alone takes up about 5% of your overall profits, which in Rockstar's case, that's a lot of money. Not to mention how game retailers also take 30% of each sale of a game physically when it's sold in their store as well, which Rockstar is clearly wanting to keep more of that to themselves too, and Rockstar will want to do that. Insider Gaming said here, as you can see from their surveys, about 80% of people that they polled on their site are still going to buy the Ultimate Edition of GTA 6, which gives you all the extra outfits and the like in game, which that's not surprising to me at all, honestly. What is surprising
more than
is
that.
not only how GTA 6 is going to nuke the industry when it does drop, but how normalized it's becoming, to reveal just how many people are also being used to make these games happen in the first place. Rockstar has hundreds of employees all over the world working together to create this Grand Theft Auto 6 game. From New York, Lincoln, Toronto, Leeds,
By the way, this is the shit they kill Ubisoft for. This is the same shit they were killing Ubisoft for. Ubisoft had too many companies, it was overly bloated, it had too many studios, too many people, all this shit. Right? But because it's Rockstar, it's fine.
New England, and even India, as seen here. If you quantify just how many developers they have working on this game, in India alone, Rockstar has around 1,600 employees there currently. So when you combined all of these numbers, it means that GTA 6 is basically being made by a town's worth of people just to get this thing out the front door. Those numbers are ridiculous, even by AAA standards. For example, right back in the day, The Witcher 3 was made at CD Projekt Red by around 150 developers, alongside a couple hundred extra workers from testers and localizers and more. That number seems comically high for game development, right? Yet those numbers, they don't even match just the amount of Indian devs on Rockstar alone right now. These numbers are, they're getting ridiculous for AAA, honestly. Like, for example, look at Assassin's Creed Black Flag's remake here. Ubisoft has 15 whole studios within their umbrella that are working
Ubisoft mentioned
remake. 15 whole studios, guys. No wonder they want things to cost more and the price of everything to go up. Because how is that even sustainable? What numbers do you even need to hit sales-wise in order for a game made by thousands of people like that to even become profitable for you? Another game on the chopping.
Wow, he actually made a solid point there. Ironically, that's the point I've always been saying. None of this shit is sustainable. None of this shit is sustainable. But when you start to make excuses for companies, you start to give them leeway and permission. No one should have like 6,000 people working on their game.
block actually is Star Wars Eclipse, which also ties into this whole thing as well. As seen here from Eurogamer, currently Star Wars Eclipse can't even be finished in its current state because it simply doesn't have enough developers working on it. The reason why is because 115 developers were actually removed from Quantic Dream, the studio behind the game, after another game they were making called Spellcasters Chronicles ended up failing. So Quantic Dream staff, however, believed that they needed those developers back in order to finish and deliver on Star Wars Eclipse on time. Quantic Dream's dev team also had this to say to the press: "It's far from being an act of sabotage. On the contrary, we're trying to save Star Wars Eclipse. We could manage to release it with 115 additional people, and that wouldn't be overstaffed. It's what's needed. We are understaffed, like in many other companies in the sector, because bosses know very well that passion will lead people to crunch time, and that games will eventually be released, but it's impossible to run a sustainable industry like that."
Like
And that's
I've been
the
saying.
problem, isn't it? I'm bringing up Black Flag and Star Wars in this video because it ties to another problem, which is that this whole way of making games, it's kind of obsolete. It's, as they would say, unsustainable even. GTA 6 effectively has well over 10 times and then some the development team size of The Witcher 3 somehow, which if it were any other game, that would be borderline lunacy to think that a good idea would be to employ that many.
Do you see what I'm talking about, though? Do you see how he says that Ubisoft and Quantum Dreams or Quantic Dreams doing all that is unsustainable? It's insane. And then literally goes, if this was anyone else, it'd be insane. But Rockstar doing it is still not sustainable. If one company is the only company that could make a game that cost $1 billion to make, and you had to wait 13 years for it to come out, and you needed 6,000 people to work on it, that is not sustainable. Only one company can do that, and that's a company with multiple studios all across the world. That is not sustainable for an industry. That's what it means by not being sustainable. And Rockstar's employees aren't exactly being treated well right now. So none of this shit is sustainable.
People to make one single game. But the industry obviously has learned all the wrong lessons here, because this is normalized, as the Quantic Dream team just said there, right? Their bosses at these companies.
But again, I know I just paused it twice, but this is why it makes no sense. You can't say the game industry is learning the wrong lessons when the biggest companies are all doing this, because you're bailing them out. You're saying that Rockstar gets to do this. So, okay, so as long as someone gets to approach Rockstar-ish numbers, they're fine. Maybe their game doesn't cost $1 billion to make. Maybe it only cost $400 million to make. But they adopt the Rockstar style of having a bunch of people working at the same time over a long period of time. They're seeing how it works because it worked. That's what they're seeing. They're not taking the wrong message away. Every company is operating the wrong way. Rockstar just has the social and financial capital to keep doing this, but that's still the wrong way.
Companies, they don't care. They'd rather make the developers they do have just crunch even harder as humanly possible to still just make these things happen anyways. Then help them, really, which is why you're seeing so much burnout and institutional knowledge that is leaving games, especially the Western ones, behind. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my God. You guys heard that, right?
Just crunch even harder as humanly possible to still just make these things happen anyways. Then help them, really, which is why you're seeing so much burnout and institutional knowledge that is leaving games, especially the Western ones, behind.
So that whole part right there just exposes his grift. Well, not just his. It exposes all of their grifts. Because notice how he didn't say this is the fault of woke. He didn't say it was because of DEI. He didn't say it was because of women in games. He said the reason why you're seeing crunch and all this shit happening and burnout happening, and which by extension means lead to layoffs and what have you, is because of an unsustainable business model. Which he's not saying is driven by capitalism, but an unsustainable business model. So keep that in the back of your mind. The next time you see him or anyone else say the reason why this game failed is because there's women in it and no one wants women in games. No, that's not why it failed. A game can only fail if it doesn't recoup its losses, right? And if these losses are insane due to the structure of the way it should set up, the structure of the company, the structure of the gaming industry, then that explains why lots of games fail and not just the woke ones, which is what I've always said.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rockstar developers, who are veterans, actually just end up leaving that studio post to GTA 6's release. Not because they don't love the game or the studio, but just because it's unsustainable to live like that and make things like that for so long. Imagining the amount of crunch, the overtime, and more is likely just nuts, but Rockstar doesn't really care. It needs to hit that finish line no matter what. Even if GTA 6 ends up being one of the greatest games ever made, it can still make the gaming industry significantly worse, and that's kind of the point.
God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but yeah. Yeah, that's why this is bad. That's why this is bad. Like, he's such a confusing little troll, dude, because I've said this before. It's like he takes the Green Goblin serum that makes him to a grifter, and like when he has it hit it for a while, his brain fog lifts and he's actually able to see, oh, this is why. Cause you see him do this, right? You say stuff like this, but then you'll also see him like a video or two prior say the most insane like he'll say like what? We are not Sony PlayStation's audience anymore, right? He'll say some shit
Now
like
that
this.
Summer Games Fest has come and went, you may have noticed something interesting about a lot of games being shown from all the various showcases. It's a lot of games that would normally be exclusive in some way on PlayStation suddenly being on everything else now. So what's going on? Well, it's a lot. For example, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, the finale to Square Enix's remake trilogy, is no longer a PS5 console exclusive. The game is now confirmed, as Open Critic stated here, that the final game is now coming to everything day one, which is a big change since Rebirth and Remake, the previous two games, were PS5 console games to do this as well.
Now, if he's consistent, he will say something along the lines of because of, capitalism, market forces, or shit costs too much, right? They make their money.
4 is mostly a PlayStation or the case.
Okay.
Who confirmed here is also coming to everything. Final 4 Revival for years. Code Veronica's Aware is also not a third party, seems to be releasing as a console exclusive. They want platform like they used to be when it comes to being a compelling platform meant for publishers and studios enough ones to revel in. So what's going on? Why is Sony losing their ability to be a strong enough platform like they used to be when it comes to being a compelling platform meant for publishers and studios to bank their futures
Let's
on?
see it.
Why
Let's
is
see
everyone leaving Sony PlayStation? The question is all encompassing. To pinpoint the exact moment that Sony turned towards their path of no longer being a brand that developers could reasonably bank on like they used to, I think it's a few things. So let's get into it. That was a long intro, my god. For one, from Silicon Angle all the way back in 2016, as you can see here, Sony moved their PlayStation headquarters from Tokyo, Japan all the way to California.
God.
As then president and CEO of Sony,
Andrew
House Operations, Sony Interactive Entertainment will become an even stronger. It did to a certain degree, but also made quite a bit of slop too. A lot of players online will tell you the same thing. It started to change slowly but surely once Sony moved to California, and I think the reasoning was obvious. Sony, I know, is a Japanese company built upon Japanese values and customs. Wow, who could have guessed it? And California is largely controlled by people who lean politically in such a way that let's just say they are constantly trying to push what they think are progressive values.
So do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? Right? It's in this video that he put out 2 days ago, he's able to correctly analyze that the real issue is that this shit's expensive. The rising cost of games mean they want to recoup as much money as possible, to the point where Rockstar said, we're not even going to do physical disc anymore. We need as much money as we possibly can because this game costs so much money. So then you would think that he wrote 13 days ago, which is just 2 weeks, barely. you would think he would say, "Oh, well, the reason why Sony's not releasing game developers or game publishers aren't just releasing on Sony more is because shit's more expensive. So they want to make as much money as possible. And being locked to one console locks you out of potentially more sales." No, it's because they moved to California where everyone's a dirty leftist and they're trying to push their ideals here. And things got worse because they moved to California. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like he took a hit of the grifter juice 13 days ago and it wore off 10 days ago, and he made this video and was like, "Holy shit, I think capitalism's bad and destroying the arts, you guys." And the next video was, "Never mind, it's because Supergirl's gay."
Everything involved here, it feels more like a financial experiment really than anything else. Rockstar and Take-Two aren't really interested in just selling millions of copies here. They want to see how much more we can charge, what can we get away with, and how much like the players out there are willing to tolerate even. You see,
Capitalism.
when GTA 6 succeeds, which it will, who are we kidding, you shouldn't expect what they do or how they do it to really stay a Rockstar strategy anymore. It's going to become the new future for games. And that's exactly why a game like this could change gaming forever, but for all the wrong reasons. In a lot of ways, the AAA industry has kind of created their own monster here. 20 years ago, you would get a new GTA game every few years.
Everything he is describing right here, is a failure of capitalism. In this video, he is somehow able to understand that capitalism has made things objectively worse. But in other videos, he's like, something about wokeness, something about California being where gay people are, and then they're woke, and that's why games do bad. But in this video, he's literally talking about how the AAA industry has become so focused on monetization, they've created a monster due to the creature known as capitalism.
Years, right? Like on the PS2. And those games were obviously made with a few hundred developers at best. Today, that can't happen, like I showed you with Ubisoft and then some. Now we have entire marketing departments that are the size of these entire development studios that would have made games like 15 years ago. You now have entire continents of people collaborating to make one game like GTA 6. And when you and I look at that, we obviously think, yeah, there's no way that this is going to be sustainable, because it isn't. But the guys in the nice suits with the nice shoes and all that will see that and go, see, it worked. It is sustainable. So
Capitalism.
keep doing it even more. The problem these days is that every AAA game that gets made has to, let's be honest, essentially save the company that made it from complete financial oblivion or it's busted.
Now, that statement that he just made, if you watch any of the videos he talks about from Ubisoft, there is no level of analysis that present. Every video he talks about Ubisoft, it's just they're woke. They made Yasuke black and gay. He's not even a real samurai and all this stuff. But he won't say this shit about anything else. Like, it's so infuriating.
Now that every game costs hundreds of millions of dollars to make, or billions plus, I guess, in Rockstar's case, selling well enough is not good enough anymore. You don't just need that success. You need actual domination now. You actually need those Game of the Year awards. You need the record-breaking engagement, the microtransactions, you name it. How this AAA games industry
This is so fucking
that the
hilarious
best
to me,
way
dog.
forward was to bet everything, every single time on whatever the next game they're making is. And then if it misses
And what's funny to me is he's still not really addressing Rockstar. Like, he's talking around Rockstar, but he's just saying the AAA industry in general. But this is also what Rockstar specifically is doing.
expectations by even a little bit, everything just implodes, will never make any sense to me. It would be like you and me going to Las Vegas, right? Let's go on the slots. Let's put all
This
our
is what
money
Rockstar-
on red.
This is what Rockstar does. This is exactly Rockstar's model. They bank everything on the next game selling like crazy. That's how they've been operating for years at this point. That's why between 2013 and 2026, Rockstar's released 2 games. Let's just see by year. And I'm talking about like remasters and what have you and shit. I'm talking like, so we have Red Dead Redemption. That's on PC. Red Dead Redemption 2010. 2010. Illinois 2011. Max Payne 2012. Grand Theft Auto 5 2013. Online 2013. Bully Anniversary Editions for Android doesn't count. The VR cases, I mean, I won't count that, but we'll say 2017. RD2 2018. And then the trilogy. And then 6. From Red Dead Redemption 2 in 2018 until 2026. So from 2013 to 2016, basically 2 games. Like actual made games. Not like, oh, here's a anniversary edition, because that's from War Drum Studios. I'm talking like actual, here's a Rockstar game, not a remake or like here's a game we put out. Here's a new game we put out. It's literally from 2013 to now. It's Red Dead Redemption 2, and then it's Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5. And the reason I'm calling like this is because if I were to do this for, say, Naughty Dog, I could say Naughty Dog released 7 games, and they're all Last of Us remakes. So I'm not going to do that for GTA. So the Definitive Trilogy doesn't count. Like, but what he's describing is literally what Rockstar does.
Wow, we won. Look at that. That's amazing. And then we go, well, we won, so surely we can put this all again on Red, right? And just make even more money, right? I mean, maybe, but probably not. Who are we kidding, right? And then what, we go home with nothing? What a great idea. Like, we've watched this happen repeatedly across everything with the industry. Not because developers suddenly forgot how to make games. No, of course not. But because the financial expectations,
Wait, what?
Forgot how to make games. No, of course not.
You have said in multiple videos, these people have forgot how to make games. What did we talk? What?
Because the financial expectations, they're becoming impossible. And the people who run these things, they don't really seem to care. They just want to.
Again, I know I keep going back and forth, but this is really highlighting a point. How are we doing? I keep deleting his channel for some reason. How are we getting this level? This is like me. This is my level of analysis. How are you getting this from Rockstar? But then when you talk about Ubisoft, when you talked about Concord, you talked about all those things, there was none of this. Like I don't understand. I don't understand. How can you be like, yeah, no, these prices are high, and the revenue they're supposed to make is insane. It's insane. You can't do that. But then also be like, Ubisoft is terrible, and they're the worst, and they're awful. I guess I could just type in Ubisoft, huh? Yeah, I'll just type in Ubisoft. Because you guys have to see what I'm talking about. You guys have to see what I'm talking about. Ubisoft just became AAA gaming's biggest warning sign. Ubisoft just made a huge mistake. Ubisoft CEO demands that play here.
Hey everyone, it's Endymion, and today we are looking at what might be the end of one of gaming's biggest companies in recent years. Told that Tencent was looking to buy up Ubisoft completely. And that now seems to be the case. Insider Gaming had an article they just released that confirmed this as well. According to their reports, which then makes my report seem to be more true in retrospect, Ubisoft is indeed in talks to potentially get bought out completely by Tencent. Which would not surprise me in the slightest. As I said in my previous videos, Tencent is one of the biggest gaming Goliaths in the world, responsible for hosting certain games in China and
Yeah.
No, that's still a lot of money, but it's a whole lot less than the over $1 billion they had before when Ubisoft was healthy and not falling apart. One of the things insiders
Oh, I forgot who just fucking asked you. I don't want to watch the video. Let's go here.
even more people are leaving the company as well. Cameron Lee, the vice president of the Rainbow Six franchise, has also left the company during all of this. Ubisoft's PR teams also say that currently, Cameron Lee's role as VP will not be replaced for the time being either, which kind of just further proves that they know they're cooked and they know there's no point in hiring someone right now to fill that position if the entire company is about to implode and mass layoffs ensue. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more people leaving Ubisoft in record numbers as well in the coming months. This is beyond a sinking ship. It's like the Titanic hitting the iceberg while having a fully functioning atom bomb in its engine room that's leaking radiation.
But see how he's talking? You see how he's talking about Ubisoft? Like, and then let's go to this part two and we'll go back to the video. But this is important.
Supported your company through all the other various time periods you set those games in. The same players who stuck with you when your company made Far Cry games or bought your crappy microtransactions that, by the way, Ubisoft seems to stuff into even fully priced video games at launch now. You are not entitled to anything but your ability to breathe oxygen, you morons. You can blame Gamergate 2 or whatever you want as your convenient scapegoat as to why things are bad as they seem right now. But know that deep down in your heart of hearts, you know that the reason why things are so bad are because of the activism and the untamed nature that these companies allow crazy people to just run around without consequence.
Activism and letting crazy people run around without consequence. That is what he says when regarding about Ubisoft, but he's making a general statement about the Western game companies, right? That's what he says. But then you get this shit.
Across everything with the industry. Not because developers suddenly forgot how to make games. No, of course not. But because the financial expectations, they're becoming impossible. And the people who run these things, they don't really seem to care. They just want to see the number go, pretty much go up. And the sales just come in like they always do. Now imagine what happens, okay? When GTA 6 launches. Rockstar...
I feel like Hobby Lane, like. But yes, that's exactly that. That's exactly that. Grifting. He's not consistent because he didn't hit his grifter juice in this video. But this is how you know this is a grift. If he's not actively having to shoehorn activism, his brain makes the most basic connections and goes, this is because shit's expensive because these investors want all the money all the time. That's it.
One of the very few companies capable of asking players to actually spend more without triggering immediate collapse, okay? That gives Take-Two, which owns Rockstar, enormous influence, guys. And if players accept an $80 American Standard Edition, or they embrace increasingly expensive premium versions like that $100 Ultimate version, that doesn't just benefit Rockstar, okay? It sends a message to every executive in gaming that will go, look, they accepted it. They bought that thing. They're taking it with open arms. And that's all they're going to need. Suddenly going forward, every publisher is going to conveniently have their excuse. Every boardroom, a nice PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, so you're telling me it's not woke activisms? It's not woke activists? You're telling me it's not DEI? You're telling me it's not any of that shit? You're telling me it's because board members, executives, whatever you want to call them, are only looking at line must always go up to the detriment of the consumers because you guys will buy anything? Oh man, if only there was a somewhat of a system that we utilize that would explain how we got to this point where money becomes the main operating factor, when money becomes the motive. I wonder if there's a system out there predicated on the constant exploitation of individuals through labor and through extraction of said value. I wonder if there's a I wonder if there's a system out there like that we operate under.
By some intern they don't pay enough, saying actually yes, we should charge more because they're gonna buy it anyways. Then it's no longer a battle of can we raise the prices because some out of touch old guy in a suit will go, well, Rockstar already did it, so why can't we? And then just like that, what was once considered the ceiling in profits, really? Yeah, that now becomes the floor, guys. The ceiling is now the bare minimum, and now everything needs to hit the next ceiling, the next floor up, or it's bust, I guess. What worries me is that
I'm sorry, I can't be facetious anymore. He is just describing capitalism. This is just capitalism. See, this is what happens when you can't grift on something and you have to talk about it honestly. You start to hear a lot of familiar talking points, don't you? You start to hear a lot of the shit that I've been saying coming out of his mouth. So to all the people who are like, I'm the grifter, no, bitch, he's the grifter. I think I've proven that so far. I've always been saying this. I have always been saying this. He hasn't. I just showed you multiple times where he's completely contradicted himself. But when he doesn't have the grifter juice, this is what happens. You have to make these connections because it's right in front of you.
GTA 6 is not really fixing AAA, but instead enabling them to double down on their worst behaviors. People keep saying that GTA 6 is going to save gaming. I don't know. It might save publisher earnings. Yeah, there's a difference there because the underlying problems don't suddenly disappear. Development is still going to take years upon years to fix. The budgets will spiral. Studios are going to expand, right? Of course, executives will then chase that impossibly golden goose they all want. But what happens in the end? Nothing actually changes.
It's a contradiction to say that games are failing because like activists and then the companies say they are trying to hit a higher profit. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. You can't. That's the grift. That's the grift right there. There's the real problem. And then here's what I'm going to say the problem is. I'm going to sell you on rage. I'm going to sell you that the reason why you're feeling like gaming is worse now isn't because of capitalism and these executives wanting to get higher and higher and higher profits and get higher and higher and higher returns to make more money. It's because there's a woman with a piercing who's a game writer. It's because at Ubisoft let woke activists run wild. It's funny how when he has to talk hard about Rockstar, he can't, but in doing so, he's actively revealing his, let's just say, true thoughts on the actual gaming industry. But when it's about a company that's already been determined to be on the anti-woke list, aka Ubisoft, then suddenly all of the issues that are affecting the gaming industry don't affect Ubisoft for the same reasons. Rockstar needs these games to sell 1 million copies or 1 trillion copies because it costs $1 billion to make. But Ubisoft needs Assassin's Creed to sell well because the activist cost them so much money. Other games are following the strategy of let's bet it all on next game to make us all the money and save us, or we're cooked. But if Ubisoft does that, it's because they're just bad at managing stuff. Like, no consistency.
Changes, that's like a good thing, but only real big difference here, well, it's you, dear viewer. Yeah, everybody watching, you're just going to be asked to pay more in the end. That's not even a reform, that's just postponing the inevitable. It's like putting a band-aid from the dollar store on a broken arm and going, well, why isn't it healing it? I put a band-aid on it. I was told that this would work. Oh, what's that? I'm stupid? No, that can't be. It's just the wrong band-aid after all. That's the real problem here. Like before, you would have one studio making a game. I guarantee you with
the real problem is bisexual lighting, not unrealistic expectation. It's bisexual lighting.
Rockstar, the actual way they are doing it is crazy. They probably have like one team that just does cinematics, another one doing animation, another one doing the assets or quality assurance. One just does gameplay and that's it. And the production pipeline has become so enormous that managing it is almost as complicated as building the game itself at that point. And my fear, not really with GTA, but the other games that do try to replicate
not with
it, which
GTA
will happen, is that
Goddamn.
if this ballooning continues the way that it does, create creativity is just going to disappear. Because there's not going to be nobody who's going to want to, go and say, let's make another game with $500 million or more in development. They're not going to do that. Like I said, okay, this video, it's not me attacking Rockstar.
Of course it's not. Because that would actually take balls. Also, this point makes no sense, by the way.
Go and say, let's make another game with $500 million.
Like, it makes no sense. Like, this is not the point you're trying to make doesn't work here.
GTA, but the other games that do try to replicate it, which will happen, is that if this ballooning continues the way that it does, creativity is just going to disappear.
You're saying if the ballooning disappears or the ballooning increases the way that does, that creativity is going to disappear. The reason why creativity would and will disappear is because you're going to become less risk adverse. You're not going to want to make a game that's zany and cartoony. You're going to want to make a game as close to GTA 6 as possible so that you can make as much money as possible. That's what I've been talking about too. The bigger the budgets, the more risk adverse they are. That's why you're going to see less diversity in games. And then what does he say?
Because there's not going to be nobody who's going to want to, go and say, let's make another game with $500 million or more in development.
That would be the opposite reason. That would be why you are going to see more diverse games. Because people would be like, hey, you know what? Let's not make a game with $500 million in stake. Let's make a smaller game. And since we're making a smaller game, we can do more zany things because we don't need to make that much of a return. Like, that's the opposite of why that would happen.
Not going to do that. Like I said, okay, this video, it's not me attacking Rockstar or trying to make fun of them. Rockstar has earned their trust for the most part. The scary part here is everyone else, because all the publishers will see when they look at GTA 6 is not go, maybe we should make better games. They're just going to think, maybe we should charge more. Right, that's it. That was the solution all along. We're so smart, guys. But that's the big cataclysmic problem here. These other companies...
He's so afraid. He's so afraid. They're all afraid to be like GTA. No, GTA has earned the right. You know who else has earned the right? CD Projekt Red. Because I can just say that, right? You know who else has earned the right? I mean, it's not like GTA put out a game recently that wasn't well received, a remaster recently that wasn't well received. It's not GTA Definitive Edition for Grand Theft Auto and shit for San Andreas. It's not like that wasn't well received. That was also Rockstar, was it not? But regardless, I can just say the same for CD Projekt Red. I could say Sony Santa Monica Studios put that quality stuff. I could say Nintendo, when they make Mario games, they put that quality stuff. So does that now mean they can make games that are $100? Like, that's what I was talking about in my other videos. You can't keep making these exceptions because everyone has their own Rockstar. Capcom's been putting out high quality games for years at this point now. They've built people's trust back up. Like, other studios have built people's trust. They put out high quality games.
Or publishers can't copy Rockstar's talent. They're just going to copy their pricing without the same level of talent, quality, or scope behind it. That's always been the problem. Publishers just imitate the revenue models, not really the development philosophy, which means that higher prices spread much faster than, say, higher quality games. We've already seen it happen, haven't we? 60 became 70, now 70 is becoming 80. It's like every year another layer to this annoying lasagna gets added. And the games industry has spent years convincing itself that bigger automatically means better, but nobody asked if bigger actually made the business healthier. We're watching these studios close, right, despite successful games, or they're having massive layoffs. Like, look what happened with Battlefield 6, even though it was the biggest game last year. Or
again, this proves how much of a grifter he is. Because yes, he's correctly analyzing that because of these expectations being impossible to reach, most of these games, even if they make financial successes, will never make enough money, so they will close down studios. They will lay off people. So when they start talking about, not just Endymion, but they as in the royal they, the conservatives, when they start talking about like Wagner, who's talking about why, you know, Compulsion Studios getting destroyed because they're woke and gay and DEI, you know that's bullshit. Not because I've also said that, but even their grifter sides are like, no, the real reason is because these companies are expecting way too much and they're not being realistic. It's never been about wokeness. It's always been about management. It's always been about expectations. It's always been about financial expectations. It's never been about activism. It's never been about any of that shit. That's why I get so upset when they talk about like, oh, this movie's a flop. This only made $100 million. It's like, it only cost $12 million. This game was a flop. It only sold 10 million copies. There's only 13,000 people playing it. It cost $1,000 to make. You don't know. You don't know how much this shit cost. You don't know what deals they have in place. Like, again, Mina the Hollower sold 500,000 copies, and that was enough to save the entire company. Why? Because their overhead wasn't as much. The game didn't cost them that much to make. It's relative. If GTA sells 500,000 copies, unless it says per second, it is a catastrophic failure. If I make a game that costs $10 and it sells 500,000 copies, I've made crazy profit. It's all relative. But they don't do that shit. They'll just be like, no, this game was a flop. It's this, it's that, without factoring this shit.
You have entire obliterations like, Bungie, for example. God help me what's going on over there too. Now they want us to pay more while still claiming that it's not enough. Like, that's not sustainable, man. Look, Grand Theft Auto 6 will almost certainly be phenomenal. I'm not ever going to say it's not going to be. It's probably going to be an amazing game in every way. I agree with that 100%. Because Rockstar has actually earned that reputation. But the conversation doesn't end there. Because GTA 6, whether they want to admit it or not, is not launching into a healthy industry. It's launching into an industry desperately searching for justification. And if GTA 6 succeeds under those conditions, which it will, who are we kidding? Executives are not going to learn restraint. They're going to learn escalation. And that's pretty much it. Until eventually, the industry reaches a point where making block.
But he's still trying to treat GTA as separate from the cause. GTA, Rockstar, he's also one of the big drivers of this model. This didn't just start with GTA 6. This started with GTA fucking 5. If we want to talk about it more holistically, again, look at the output they had. Look at the output they had prior to that shit, okay? Look at how many new games. We'll start from just the 2000s. Or 1999. We had GTA. GTA 2, 1999. I'm not care about Earthworm Jim now. GTA 2, 1999. You had fine. If we go by just like both, I guess, publisher and developer, you had GTA 2. You had GTA 3, right? You had Max Payne, State of Emergency, GTA Vice City. These were all came out within years of each other. GTA Vice City came out 2002. GTA 3 came out 2001. From Vice City to even San Andreas, 2005, 2002. You're talking about 3-year gap. And in between that 3 years, Midnight Club 2, Max Payne 2, Manhunt, Red Dead Revolver, right? Even GTA Advance, done by Digital Eclipse. But you had Red Dead Revolver, done by Rockstar. You had Midnight Club 3, 2005. Warriors, 2005. Liberty City Stories, 2005. You had all this shit coming out. And then by the PlayStation 3 time, GTA 4 came out 2008. Midnight Club came out 2008. That one got this DLC. You had a iOS game came out 2009. Red Dead Redemption came out in 2010. You had consistent almost every year or two, the biggest gap being 3 years so far, of a major Rockstar game coming out. Then you had GTA 5. And then their output slows tremendously because GTA Online, which is part of GTA 5. Then you just had re-releases. Yeah, GTA 5 come out in 2013. Then you had Red Dead Redemption come out 5 years later. And then their next big game comes out 8 years after that, which comes out 13 years after the last game in the series. If we look at the combined gaps from GTA 5 over, right? So GTA 5 came out in 2013. You had GTA 4 came out 2008. That's 5 years between those ones. And you have, I'll count Liberty City Stories, sure. Liberty City Stories 5 in 2008. So that's what, additional 8 years between 3 games. San Andreas came out in 2005. 11 years. 13 years. So basically, the time between GTA 5 and GTA 6, they released the entirety of GTA, basically, besides for the first game, within that timeline. That's how much they stopped producing. But in that time period, did they stop making money? God, no. They made money hand over fist. They are the reason, they are a big contributor. Not the main reason, but they are a big contributor to the current marketplace, to the current economy of game industry. These big, huge titles. People keep knocking on Naughty Dog for taking a long time. Rockstar takes almost a decade and a half. Almost a decade and a half between 5 and 6. When they were putting out GTA games, multiple GTA games, like basically per console.
Blockbuster games become so expensive that only a handful of companies can even afford to try anymore and be what even is considered a AAA game these days. That's not the future of gaming that we're supposed to have, man. That's the future that corporate management just created because they wanted to. And unless something changes, GTA 6 may not save the AAA industry the way that we want it to. It may simply delay the reckoning while making the eventual crash even more painful. But what do you think? Let me know.
GTA 6 is also culpable for this shit. It's also culpable. I'm not gonna say not the worst Endymion video I've ever watched. I tell you that much. But still, too toothless when it comes to talking about the problems from GTA 5. Like they completely they did this. They did this. They did this, and it's annoying. And it's annoying to see people in this space still be so terrified to just take them to fucking task. That's why I have respect for Naked Jakey. Naked Jakey, Ball Creative. Shout out to Naked Jakey because he also had a take very much in line with my own, which is like taking them to task because we should. They are not immune. You know, like they're largely responsible for the shit happening right now, actually. Video games, man. Video games, man. Like it used to be so simple. But I'm glad that the fact that at the very least, we kind of got him to admit that he's a grifter without him realizing it. Like Endymion just admitted he's a fucking grifter. I wish they could all make it that easy though. Just be like, yeah, you're a liar because here's your video of you blaming activists for why games are doing bad, and then here's your video actively talking about how it's investors that are the problem. Capitalism is the problem. Sounds like something a certain content creator has always been talking about. Weird. But all right, you guys, this is supposed to be a short stream, and it became almost 4 hours. Wednesday streams, when they do happen, supposed to be short and quick. This was not short and quick. This was way too long. This is way too long. So I'm going to need you guys to do me a favor since you guys made me stay up so late. I'm going to need you guys to watch my last 2 videos, okay? I'm going to need you guys to watch my last 2 videos. I need you to watch my multiplayer video. I need you to watch my Supergirl review video. I need you to watch both those videos, all right? Just to do your boy a solid. You don't even have to just have it play. Just have it play. Make a little comment and have it play. But Let's get those numbers up. And while you guys are getting those numbers up, I'll be taking a little nap for about 7 to 8 hours. I'm going to sleep, if that wasn't obvious enough. I'm going to sleep because the stream is ending. Thank you for coming on a random Wednesday. I will see you guys this weekend. Well, I will see you guys this Friday on the gaming channel. I haven't told you what game we're playing yet. It's a surprise, but I will see you guys later.